search to find the love within. I came back to let you know, got a thing for you, and I can't let go. My friends wonder what is wrong with me. Well, I'm in a daze from your love, you see. I came back to let you know, got a thing for you, and I can't let go. Some people go around the world for love, but they may never find what they dream of. What you won't do to do for love. You tried everything, but you don't give up. In my world, only you make me do for love what I would not do. My friends wonder what is wrong with me. Well, I'm in the daze from your love, you see. I came back to let you know, got a thing for you, and I can't let go. Although I only want the best, it's true. I can't believe the things I do for you. What you won't do for love. You've tried everything, but you won't give up. In my world, only you made me do for love what I would not do. Made me do for love what I would not do. Make me do for love what I would not do. Make me do for love what I would not do.
doesn't work. Okay. It doesn't work. So, no? Okay. Okay, good morning, everybody. It's not working. Just a moment, we have a little technical issue. Allô? Okay, everybody, good morning. Good morning. We're finally, I have a bit of a strange setup, I'm sorry. Good morning, everyone. How are we doing today? Good? Good? Are you awake? After a little fire alarm to get us started. We're also going to say hello to the live stream, wherever the camera is, for those watching us from afar. So, I'm a little bit nervous to be here, to be honest. Okay. Before I explain how everything is going to work for you guys, so all the important information like your lunch break and your networking session, I would like to welcome on stage our director of the FJSL, who is one of the many people who made this possible, Susanna Young.
Hi, good morning everyone, and very warm welcome to the 55th edition of the National Jonk Fuerscher competition. So, you probably already finished setting up your booth, making the last adjustment to your posters, and checking one last time that everything works as it should. And I know that moment just before the jury arrives can feel a little excited, a little stressful as well. But here, let me reassure you about one thing. You have already done the most difficult part in this competition. You have turned an idea, a question into a full scientific project. And you're standing here today. And don't worry, the jury members has been carefully debriefed. That means they are supposed to be very, 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 very kind to you. Otherwise, we may reconsider the goodie bags or possibly their lunch. No, I'm just kidding. I would rather like to warmly thank our jury members for being here today. Yeah, as you already know, over the past month, they have reviewed and analyzed every submitted project in this competition. And that represents a significant amount of time and dedication. And without the commitment, this competition just could not exist. So big round of applause to all of them. Today, they will spend the day listening, questioning, challenging your ideas, engaging in scientific conversation, but very much in a peer-to-peer spirit. And today later as well, they will have the important mission of deliberating on the distribution of the 2026 awards. And this year, I'm really pleased to share that the Fondation Jeunes Scientifique Luxembourg has prepared nearly 30 international opportunities for you. So these include science competition, science fair, summer camp, summer program, scientific immersion program. So that means you will continue this journey, rather either internationally or on a highly international scientific environment. So I hope this day will not only offer you a platform to present your scientific project, but also inspiring encounters, meaningful discussion with scientists coming from so many scientific fields. What a chance. It's a chance, yeah? And just look around you, not only with the jury, look around the room. 96 projects represented by 86 young men and 93 young ladies. Big round of applause to yourself too. That is a lot of curious men, yeah. So, before we start this competition, just keep in mind this competition, above this competition, it is about dialogue. Dialogue about, between generations, dialogue between disciplines, dialogue between knowledge and curiosity. And speaking of curiosity, before we start the competition, I have 3 short stories to tell you. 3 short stories about curiosity, because this is what I see in every one of you today. Well, the first story happened more than 100 years now. A young patent clerk in Switzerland had a very strange habit. Instead of doing his job, he kept asking questions about the universe. And one day, he asked himself a very unusual question. He asked himself, what if I could ride on a beam of light? And as you understand, eventually this question led to the theory of relativity. The young patent clerk was Albert Einstein. And you see, it all started with curiosity. The second story is more recent. In 2012, a teenager from the United States became curious about pancreatic cancer. And he discovered that the existing detecting methods were expensive and inefficient. So he started experimenting in his very bedroom, using materials that cost few dollars. And eventually, he developed a new method that could detect the disease much earlier and at a much lower cost. He was 15 years old. Well, now the last story is about all of you. In this very room, there are students asking questions such as, how can we produce cleaner energy? How can we use artificial intelligence to detect disease? How can we protect ecosystems? How does human brain process music or stress? You know, and so many, many other fascinating questions. But question like the one you are asking today is exactly where discovery begins. With a student, with a notebook, and with a question. And this is why this competition matters, because Science begins with curiosity. It begins when someone refuses to accept that something is just the way it is. Science begins when someone asks, why, how, what if? And this is exactly how science moves forward. Not through certainty, through curiosity. So, I hope a simple wish for you today. Be proud of your work. Be curious about others' work. And enjoy this moment. Enjoy. Because today you're not only participating in this competition, you are part of a big community of people who want to understand the world. And also remember that the future of science is not somewhere far away. It's already here, in this very room. So I thank you and I wish you all an inspiring competition.
Okay. Thank you very much, Susanna, for this inspiring speech. So as she said, be curious about each other, get to know each other. There will be more opportunities to do that later on, but make sure you talk to each other. So now you're going to meet somebody that you're going to see all throughout the day. He's very nice, don't worry about it. It's the president of the jury, Serge Quazotti.
Hello, good morning. Very pleased to be here again today and to see you all. So dear Mr. President, dear Director, dear colleagues of the team of the Jonk Fuerscher Foundation, dear jury members, dear young scientists, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor and pleasure to welcome you to the 55th edition of the Luxembourg Jonk Fuerscher contest. And I want to sincerely thank the Jonk Fuerscher Foundation for inviting me once again to contribute to opening this grand day on which you, the young scientists, are ready to present your projects in this year's contest. Yes, the Jonk Fuerscher contest is indeed a competition. But by being here today and presenting your project to the jury, you are already all among the winners of the contest. So every competition needs referees, or in our case, we call this the jury. This year, the jury of the concours Jonk Fuerscher is composed of 28 experts from various scientific and engineering fields, which are all independent volunteers of this foundation. Although we are gathered in a school building today, the concours Jonk Fuerscher is neither a school test nor an exam. So the jury will not award marks to your project. Instead, our mission is to determine which award is most suitable for each of the different projects which you present us today. But, as Susanna has already mentioned, an equally important mission of the jury is to encourage and guide you. So we are a team all together. So today, you have a unique opportunity to meet established researchers and engineers working in Luxembourg's research institutions across many scientific and technical fields. This is your chance today to confront your ideas with real-world expertise. So don't be shy, ask all your questions to the jury members. So the jury members will be more than happy to give you advice to the continuation of your current project or inspiration for your future ones, even beyond the contest. So don't hesitate to contact the jury members to ask your questions, and even after the contest. So my fellow jury members and I are now eager to discover the 96 projects presented in the 2026 contest. Every year, it is a great pleasure for us to speak with you and better understand the details behind what we have had the chance to read in your written reports. Allow me just one practical reminder to ensure a smooth day, since we have a very tight schedule to go through all the projects. So please make sure to respect the 5 to 6 minute time limit for your project pitch. The shorter your pitch, the more time you will have to exchange with the jury members in the remaining 1, 2, or 3 minutes. I would now like to conclude by encouraging you, dear young scientists, to continue pursuing your passions and dreams, to nurture your curiosity, and to keep learning with enthusiasm and determination. I am convinced that the platform offered by the Jonk Fuerscher Foundation will continue to be an excellent place to develop your ideas and to find friends for sharing your passion. And now, let the show begin. I wish you great enjoyment and every success. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you, Serge, for these wonderful words. So, before you go to your desks, I have a few practical informations from you. First of all, did you all get a food voucher for your lunch break? If you did not, you can go to the front desk and we will give you some. Okay, so how is this going to work? You're going to have 3 things happening when you're at your booth. So first, you're going to have the discussion with the jury, of course. You're going to present your project that you worked on. You're also going to have a short interview for our live stream for viewers abroad and in other places. And we're going to take a little picture of you and your teammates. So it's really important that you stay on your booth the whole time, because we don't want to be looking for you, and you will have plenty of time to visit other stands later on. Just for now, stay on your booth. If you brought homework or anything to do, great. And that will be, so the jury sessions will be until 1 or 1:30. Then you will have your lunch break. Like I said, you should have gotten your food voucher. If you did not, go ask for one. We will call you to get your lunch. You're not going to get your lunch all together, otherwise this will be completely empty and a bit sad. So we will call you, our volunteers will call you to get your lunch. And what else? And then we will have, after a lunch break, we will have the open doors with the students coming from different schools. For the same reason, we would like you to stay on your booth, you know, as much as you can, so that you can introduce your amazing projects to them. And at last, at 4, we will have our networking event. I will tell you more about it later because you will see me there again. I will also come in the meantime to take a few pictures of you, ask a few questions as well. And yeah, I think that's all. Oh no, we will have a little break at 11, just a 10-minute break. You will have some snacks, some juice, some water. Everything will be provided. In the meantime, really, I insist, try to stay at your booth. Okay, well, I think we've said everything that we needed to say, except for have fun, enjoy yourself, try not to trigger the fire alarm, and have a good one. Bye.
Hello everyone, and here we are again. It's a year on when we're here for another Jonk Fuerscher competition, and it's just a joy to be joined by Susanna. We heard you on stage. We have the wonderful team around us again. Ben is behind the camera here, doing a great job. We've got Axel, we've got Melanie providing with copious cups of coffee and fruit and croissant, goodness knows what. So I feel like I must come here just for a little break and a holiday. You've done all the hard work. The students downstairs, they've done so much hard work. Today is a day to enjoy, no?
Yes, definitely. This is for them, for our team, because we are preparing this for a couple of days, few months now. So we are so happy. This is the most exciting part of this adventure. Yeah,
it's really exciting. And again, just tell us about the theme for this year.
The theme. So yeah, well, the competition this year, of course, we know that it provides with the opportunity for youngsters to experience scientific research at an early stage. Yeah, and the competition also, as you know, we have with us 28 jury members coming from so many different scientific fields. So that means it is also for them, for youngsters to benefit from this bridge with the real scientist community here in Luxembourg.
They get an amazing opportunity to make that bond really early on. They're showing their projects.
Absolutely.
And with 28 different fields, jury members, it shows the diversity here in little Luxembourg even.
Yeah, definitely. And also the competition, as you know, it's also an access for international opportunities. So yeah, this year
you always have amazing prizes, may I say.
Yeah.
But when I was looking at the program of the students, of course we have the schools, many of them on this campus here in Geesseknäppchen, but we also have students coming back who are at university, and that's a wonderful thing that you've built, because they've known the competition and they're returning again just for this day.
Yeah, this is a chance, yes, to see them growing year after year, I have to admit. And yeah, they understand, you know, the importance to know how to collaborate internationally, to also get the scientific way of thinking. It's so important for the next generation to be well equipped with that. Yeah.
And we have plenty of projects, and on stage I was listening to you this morning, and in fact the spread of male-female ratio is skewed female.
Yeah, this is something that I'm really proud of. So this year we have with us 69 young men, but 93 young ladies.
So we need to bring the men back in again. Come on, guys, where are you? We need you back again. We need it to be 50-50 parity. And in the subject choices, the biological sciences, environmental sciences versus the computational sciences, maths, physics, do you see a skew in any of these?
Yeah, if we have a look on the discipline they are choosing, of course we can notice that young ladies are more interested in social sciences, medicine, biology, less in engineering, IT. But yeah, this is a question that it's
an eternal question we have not yet fixed. And again, just to think about the impact on the contestants the whole day, the fact that they have to put together a project, they have to present their project, build posters around their project, it really is moving them towards what a researcher's life is like.
Exactly, and we can feel, and especially since we are following these youngsters that are coming back year after year, they gain confidence, really, and they know exactly how to present a scientific project and ideas, a question, to answer questions as well, and it's fantastic. This is a real impact for them, and also, you know, they get the chance to see science from other perspectives, because by sending them internationally, they also understand the culture behind the science, you know, because science for us is also about culture. So they know how to collaborate with others, which is nowadays
key to life.
Yeah.
And also what is a lovely thing downstairs is they can see each other's projects, and they can see what other students are doing from different schools. So in fact, for all of the students of Luxembourg and those who've returned to Luxembourg today for this competition, it's a wonderful chance for them to reconnect or to find new friends downstairs as well. And I know you've also had a series of courses on throughout the year to talk about how to present science, how to build your projects. It really, and you've had even great speakers here as well, Nobel Prize winners even.
Yeah, we had a Nobel Prize, so our national Jules Hoffman. We had with us also Ben Ferringer. It was exceptional, together with the Institute Grand Ducal of Science and with Lucien Hoffman. Yeah, we managed to create this platform for, of course, scientist community, but also for our youngsters.
So you and your team, Susanna, congratulations. I don't know if you hear that well enough, but actually you've done a great job to really bring up and build this base platform of scientists, young scientists in Luxembourg, which is so very, very important, because without the base, there's no pipeline for the future. And we absolutely need everybody downstairs in that room. We need you, because you're going to build our future for us. And down in that room, we also have Lenny Kaku and Sonia El Hamiri. Are you there this year? Nice to see you again. Lenny and Sonia, can you see us? Can you hear us? I know that you'll be talking to all of the students downstairs. You'll be moving from stand to stand, and you're going to be having little conversations as we move through the course of the morning.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Jonk Fuerscher contest. I am one of your hosts, Lenny, accompanied by my other host,
Sonia. Hi.
We are very excited to be here for the third time, and we can't wait to see what the students are suggesting and showing us this year once again.
Yes, exactly. As Lenny just said, we're back for the third time, and very, very excited to be back. I'm very excited to see what the candidates have prepared for us this year. And yeah, I guess we'll find out soon enough. So back to Lisa.
All direction. Fine. Thank you. Wow, that's wonderful. Thank you so much, Lenny and Sonia. Now we're going to move to our first project. I know that we've got Susanna still next to me here, and we're going to start with project number 67. So we've got Linda Ngo, Camilla Cartontenuto, excuse me for mispronunciation of names. This is actually the hardest part of my job, pronunciation of names. And Agathe Goudard. They're all from Lycée Vauban du Luxembourg, and they've got a project on life sciences, which is going to fall into the category of zoology, botany, and bacteriology. The title of the project, The Oceans Are Calling for Help. They've experimented, investigated how different acidity levels are affecting the unicellular algae, and they'll talk more about that. And I think Sonia might already be there with Lenny. So I really am looking forward to hearing more about your project, young ladies.
Should I leave the microphone here? Yeah.
Tell me about your project. Hi, who am I here with today?
Camilla, Agathe, and Linden.
Hi. Girls, do you want to tell me a little bit about your project?
We since the beginning, when we were searching for projects, we wanted to do something in relation with ecology and the current state of the environment. And we explored more options such as sécheresse, dryness, or now acidity of the oceans.
We actually took a lot of time to pick our project topic. We took, I think, like a month or two, and then we finally decided that this is a pretty good topic to work on. So yeah.
And once you guys came up with this project topic, how long have you been working on it since then?
We've been working on it since November, December, something like that.
And do you guys feel like you got everything done, or is there something where you're like, if we would have had like 2 more months, for example, we would have added that, or are you very much satisfied?
Because we started, so in November, December, our euglenas, so that are, we're studying these microorganisms, eukaryotes, and like if we had more time, they would have developed more, so we would have maybe seen more differences in the various pHs, because this is our study, like in different acidities, how do they develop?
Makes sense. So if you guys would have had more time, they probably would have developed more. Okay. Well, I wish you guys the best of luck with the jury. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you so much, Sonia, and good luck to Lynn, Camilla, and Agathe there with their Oceans Are Calling for Help project. Moving on again, it's a life sciences project at Lycée Beaumont again. And this time we've got Marine, Chloe, and Deborah. And the title of their project is Are Traditional Remedies Effective Against Bacteria such as Bacillus, Megatherium, and E. coli, and how do they compare with antibiotics? So in this project, they took some natural remedies which we might know about, such as garlic, vinegar, honey, and cloves, and they tested it on various bacterial strains. So, ladies again, 3 ladies again. I don't know if you're with Lenny or Sonia, but I want to hear more.
Okay, so I'm here with 3 smart young girls. Tell me a bit about yourselves and your project, please.
So hi, my name is Deborah, and with my friend we have worked about one project about natural remedies and antibiotics.
So we talked about traditional remedies, like Deborah said, and we found that antibiotics were more efficient against bacteria such as E. coli or Bacillus.
And how did you go about finding these results?
Could you repeat the question?
How did you go about finding these results? What methods did you use?
Oh, well, we use Petri dishes to implement cultures of the bacteria, and then we put little discs of antibiotics on some of them, and then disc of natural remedies on others, and we could observe inhibition circles. And we observed that on natural remedies, the circles were like invisible, there were no circles.
So what you're saying is it is better to go to the pharmacy rather than to the grocery shop.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, and we'll be moving on to the next one.
Thank you, Lenny, and good luck to that Traditional Remedies set of 3 ladies from Lycée Bourbon. Now, our next project is one from St. George's International School. We've got Veronica and Sophie, and they're both aged just 14, and they've developed an app called Medich. Now, Medich is an app which is accessible to everybody, all ages, and of course, many of us, all of us, are probably using AI in some form, but it's not always factual. So they are making an app which connects the patient to the doctor on the internet using questionnaires to see what the patient is really experiencing, and the doctor can assess their needs through that.
Hi, girls. Do you want to introduce yourselves?
Yeah, I'm Anne-Sophie. And I'm Veronica.
Okay, and do you want to tell me a little bit about your project?
It's called Medich, and it's an app, like a health-based app that can help people that don't have access to healthcare to get easy access to doctors through the internet. And we came up with the idea because we found out that 4.6 billion of the earth doesn't have easy access to healthcare, which is more than half the world. So we really wanted to fix this and helping our world to have better access to healthcare.
And how did you come up with this idea out of all of the scientific topics you could choose from?
I think we're both really fascinated by biology and medicine, and so we knew we wanted to do something in that category. But we also just got inspired by, it was just really an idea that just came to us in a moment. We were just maybe we should just do this, there's nothing left to lose, so why not?
And when you say you're very much into biology, do you study this at school specifically?
We do. We study. Our school does all the sciences, but we really found we really enjoyed biology the most. And so we really wanted to pick something from that topic, and we decided to do medicine from that topic. And so yeah, we're really passionate.
Okay. And are you anxious, excited to speak to the jury? How do you feel about your project in general? Are you satisfied?
We're definitely satisfied. I think we're a bit nervous to talk to the jury, but we're also super excited.
Thank you, girls, very much. I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
So far, we've had 8 ladies. That's amazing. Where are the men? So here's one, Maxime Book, 19-year-old. And Maxime, you've returned to Luxembourg. You're studying at ETH Zurich, and you are in the applied sciences, computer sciences realm here. Your project is entitled the D-Light Relight Benchmark, detecting AI-generated video via 3D GS reconstruction and light-based physics imperfection analysis. So we're very interested in hearing about your project, and I hope we can understand it.
So I'm here with Maxim, who is here for his 4th time, and he's a regular competitor. Maxim, what are you doing for us today?
Well, today I'm writing a program that detects if a video is AI generated or not.
Well, I mean, with all the AI videos we are seeing nowadays, that could be very, very useful. How does this system function?
Well, basically, I'm recreating the video in a 3D scene and then delighting the video, so as if it's in pitch black, and then relighting it with new lights, and then detecting if the video was physically accurate with its lighting the first time.
So, by this meaning, AI videos don't have actual lighting in them. Is that what your theory is showing?
Well, they have lighting, of course, but is it physically accurate? That's the question.
Okay. Very, very interesting. I hope this project will come to fruition, because this is the kind of stuff we need given the rise of AI. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And now we have Rhea Patek, I hope. She is 17 years old. I'm looking to see if we have Rhea there. From Lycée Michel Lucius, physical sciences, actually even astronomy, and looking into how lumen of an artery affects flow rate, which is a really unique question. And the project is to investigate how flow rate is affected by the lumen of an artery. So there's a few words here that I think could be explained out to us. So Rhea, how have we got you with us?
Hi, who am I here with today?
Hi, my name is Rhea.
And do you want to tell me a little bit about your project?
So my project is about how flow rate is affected by diameter of a tube. And yeah.
Okay. This might be a personal question, but isn't the diameter the same for everyone, or what do you mean with, you know?
So my project is about how flow rate is affected by diameter. So I basically test different diameters, and I see like how it affects the flow rate of water. But like it's the same for the diameter of an artery is the same for everyone, but also sometimes the arteries in your body, like they contract, they relax, so which also affects the diameter. So I just wanted to see how it like affects the body and like the biological links and stuff.
Okay. And out of all the ideas, how did you come up with this idea? Like, why did you want to, you know, make a project about this in particular?
I think like I've always had like a special soft spot for like cardiology and like vascular, that kind of thing.
And how long have you been working on this project? Like, how long have all the research, like, has all the research been taking you?
I'm gonna say like 2 months.
And are you like satisfied with everything, or do you think if you had like a bit more time, you would have, you know, made something else out of it?
I think I'm like satisfied, but I think a little more time is like always appreciated. So
you're not anxious or nervous to talk to the jury. Is this your first time here, by the way?
I'm not anxious, and no, it's not my first time.
Well then, is there anything else that you are most excited to present to the jury out of, you know, your entire presentation? Like something that, you know, is your little soft spot for your presentation?
No, not really. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, well, thank you very much, and I wish you the best of luck with them. Thank you.
Thank you, Sonia, and good luck to Rhea there. And just pointing out that, of course, we have projects here. Some are in groups of 3, 2, and some are done by individuals. So it is a lot of work alongside everything that's pulling on you in terms of school life as well. So really, congratulations for the stamina that is required for all of these students to carry on through all of that. Next, we have another Seoul student, 15-year-old female, Samyukta, and she is from École Internationale in Differdange. It's a social sciences project, Visibility Without Understanding. Adolescent perceptions of nicotine products in modern Europe. Now, this project is super fascinating because, of course, in the last number of years, there have been so many nicotine products projected onto youngsters. If you go into any shop, they'll all be there right next to the cash till. And in this project, she examined how adolescents understand nicotine-related products, such as vapes and the nicotine pouches. She conducted a survey of 107 teenagers in Luxembourg and really asking about the perceived access, the risks and their beliefs. And all of this is in conjunction with any European laws that might be laid down, and they're in the process of being laid down right now. So over to you.
So I'm here with Samyukta, who is doing a project on nicotine awareness amongst adolescents. Tell me, what is your project about?
My project is about how adolescents understand nicotine-containing products.
So what did your research like? How did you go about doing this research?
So I did a survey on 107 adolescents aged 14 to 19, and I compared their beliefs to access, brain vulnerability, and nicotine-free products.
And what do you mean to obtain out of the study? What is the message? What is the end goal out of doing the study for the adolescents?
I wanted to understand how they interpret nicotine-containing products, and I found that their awareness doesn't automatically translate to understanding.
So obviously we see a lot of young people with vapes, cigarettes, etc. Could this help reduce that intake amongst young people?
Yes, definitely.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. This seems very interesting. Have a nice day.
Now we have a social sciences project for young males. We've got Luca, Julien, Samuel, and Nick. They are from the Lycée Hubert Clément. And it's a very fascinating idea. Does appearance affect how we are treated? There have already been numbers of studies on this, and it examines whether physical appearances, how good looking you are, I guess, is what they're looking into, and they draw on research from psychology, economics, education, law, and healthcare. And I think they have come up with the conclusion that whatever is deemed to be an attractive individual will receive advantages in life such as higher grades, better job opportunities, increased wages, more lenient judicial settlements. This is really extraordinary, and it's also quite worrying because that means there's bias embedded within systems. So I would like to hear more.
Hi, boys. Do you want to introduce yourself real quick?
Okay, so I'm Samuel, this is Luca, and that's Julien. Yeah, so our project is about physical appearance and how it affects us when in social situations. We had a lot of our other aspects, like, for example, clothing, also facial structure, and stuff like that.
And out of all the topics, why did you guys come up with this one?
I don't know, we just choose it because it came like that, and we just took it.
We chose it because we're judgmental humans. The first thing we look at is the face and also the clothing, and we shouldn't take our initial judgment as facts or as evidence as someone. We need to know them better and get to know them as a person, not just judge them firstly. And yeah.
And is this the conclusion, or can I ask for a little spoiler? What was the conclusion of your, of your research? What did you find out? Are we treated differently based on appearance?
Yeah, we are. Sadly, we are. So we had a Princeton University study that this is about clothing, and at that study, we found out that people that dress nicely or have luxury clothing on are perceived as higher status or also smarter or better in a way. And facial structure, my friend, you can talk a bit about that.
Okay. Well, when it comes to facial structure, people that are seen as more attractive than others tend to be better treated by other people. They are more likely to find a partner or earn a higher salary.
Well, that sounds like a very interesting presentation. So I wish you guys the best of luck with the jury. And yeah, you got this.
And now I think we're going to go to a brother and sister aged 15 and 13 years old. We've got Aaron and Mira Hitai from the European School in Luxembourg, European School 1. It's a social sciences title and deeply interesting. Again, something that seems not to have been fixed despite the amount of research we know about the impact of food on everything we do, our mental health, our physical health, of course. And they have analysed the health and climate impacts of school lunches in Germany and in the US. So the costs of both lunches are about the same, but what are the effects, not just on our health, but also the climate, the environmental impact? And they focused specifically on Germany and the US. But of course, the findings can be extended through other countries in a deepening of the project. So I think we have Lenny with Aaron and Mira.
So I'm here with Mira and Aaron, who have done a study on food in school. Tell me, what is the analysis here?
So we're analyzing the health, climate impact, and costs of different school meals, focusing more on Germany and the United States, but with also a global comparison.
Now, we are here in Luxembourg, but you have chosen the United States and Germany. Why is that?
So I think it's more for comparison purposes, because Germany is a bigger country, so they have more schools, and that way it's easier to do research because there's just more information about it.
Now, this is a very big board with a lot of information. What have you found out with your research?
Well, we found that, especially in Germany, the kind of making the climate impact, lowering it, and also making the meals healthier, they aligned. So when we made the meals healthier and more bio, then they also became better for the climate.
So what you're suggesting is we need to go more into a bio direction instead of what we're typically doing. I mean, here in Luxembourg, I would say we're pretty healthy, right? But worldwide, what would be the end solution?
Yeah, so if you look at this graph over there, so this would be our current diet for, on average for schools. And this in the box, can I change? Okay. So this in the box, this is a flexitarian diet, which is what we're going for. Now, as you can see, for high-income countries, so the blue stuff, it's really, really much lower. The carbon emissions are a lot lower, and it's just generally better for the climate. And for lower income countries, our current dietary guidelines are actually they're actually bad for the environment. So, and flexitarian would also make it better again.
Thank you for your time. This seems very, very interesting. And thank you for the cookie.
And now we have two sisters. We've got Franklin and Amundsen Howarth, aged 19 and 17. Franklin's on a gap year, and I believe Franklin wants to study medicine, and Amundsen is 17 at the Athénée de Luxembourg. So this is a very interesting study. They've looked into the biochemical and neuromuscular consequences of repeated use of botulinum toxin type A exposure. Now, botulinum toxin type A is better known as Botox, and we know that to cause temporary paralysis, which is of course why it's used, because it's temporary paralysis of all of these wrinkles on our faces, which is why people are using it. But they have both looked into the long-term consequences of repeated exposure to this. And of course, because it's been around for maybe a couple of decades, we don't have long-term evidence scientifically to know what that's about. But it is really very, very interesting. And I know that they've gone quite deep into the research medically for this. And so I think we have Sonia with Franklin and Amundsen.
Hi, girls. Do you want to introduce yourself?
Hi, my name is Franklin. My name is Amundsen.
And you guys want to tell me a bit about your project?
Yeah, so our project is about Botox and about the unstudied, speculative long-term consequences of repeated Botox administration on over decades, which hasn't been studied yet. So we were just thinking what could happen? Let's use studies from animals, clinical trials, and extrapolate those to see if we accumulate all these effects over time, what will be the eventual consequence?
This sounds like a lot of research. Can I ask how long it took you?
Well, we found our main sources quite easily because it's quite a research topic, and then it was just about finding the sources and then narrowing it down. We ended up with 7 primary sources, and then we just read through those, tried to understand them as best as we could without a university degree, and then we kind of summarized it and adapted it to our research question.
And are you guys satisfied with how far along you came with this project, or do you believe you would have needed maybe more time?
Maybe a little bit more time, but I think honestly with what we've done quite a bit, so we found the answer we were looking for, so we're happy.
Okay, no, this looks very promising. I love everything that you guys made with this, this as well. Yeah.
You want Botox? I think it's technically happening.
No, it's very fun. And is this your first time, you guys' first time participating?
I was here last year, but without my sister, and so this year she just wanted to join. Yeah.
And okay, well, you know what? I think I've bombarded you guys enough with questions. I wish you the.
How we came up with our topic though, because we were watching Stranger Things, and I think the entire world we were really disappointed by the acting this season, and specifically the allegations went around about our young, beautiful Millie Bobby Brown was pressured into getting Botox by stupid beauty standards, and then she's so young, and it ruined acting. And then we thought, she's so young, and now people are calling it baby Botox, and they're saying it's preventative. So we were thinking, well, if people start getting Botox now versus when they're 50 years old, how long is it? After 2 decades, what's your face gonna look like? Yeah.
Thank you very much, guys, and I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you for letting us.
Thank you so much for raising something that's a very, very important topic. And what is really nice to have seen in the project so far is that We've got very, very deeply scientific projects, but also the social sciences where the science is meeting societal issues such as the nicotine and also Botox, which is clearly, as Franklin just said, being thrown in the faces of young people today as well, literally in the faces. Next, we have a project with Can, 16-year-old from the International School of Luxembourg. This is a deeply chemical project, chemistry and environment perhaps. How does pH modulate the fluorescence quenching response of nitrogen-doped carbon quantum dots to copper and lead actually? And can this modulation be quantitatively modeled to predict sensitivity, detection limits, and reliability? So we're going to have to get our chemistry heads on here. Lenny, you've got the great honour of jumping into this project. It is perhaps for more people a harder project to understand because it's so clearly chemically based, but I'm sure, Lenny, you're going to take all of the information we can in 3 minutes.
So I'm here with John, who has done a study on water contamination. John, tell me more, please.
So my project was an environmental chemistry project. It focused on mainly water contamination, specifically with heavy metals. So there's a class of compounds known as carbon quantum dots. They are quasi-spheres that are less than 10 nanometers in diameter. And they're known for their fluorescent properties when they are doped with nitrogen. Doping with nitrogen is when you introduce a small amount of nitrogen into the chemical structure. And this changes their surface functionality, and they are essentially fluorescent. However, when they are placed in the presence of a heavy metal cation, through multiple different pathways, their fluorescence is essentially quenched, which is to say it's lowered. And this is a very notable, obvious change, and so they're particularly useful in this respect. So I synthesized my own carbon nanoparticles and some metal solutions of varying concentrations. And basically what I was trying to investigate is the effect of pH on all of this. Because although they're promising, some conditions have different pHs, and we don't know whether they're reliable and the bounds of pH in this testing. And so if we know this, we can say definitively the contexts in which we can actually use it.
Well, that was a very complete explanation. I don't think I have any more questions other than what piqued your interest? Why this subject?
So I'm a chemistry student. I was always interested in chemistry, but mainly I was particularly passionate about how I can apply it to the environment. And this project allowed me to explore that through essentially the perfect way, and was within the right level of bounds that I could actually achieve it with the equipment that I had access to.
Very well thought out, very complete. So I hope the judges like it as much as I do.
Thank you very much, Lenny. Now moving on to another life sciences project, again focused on water, this time the effect of water pollution on algae growth. And this is going to be presented by two students from the Atelier de Luxembourg. We have Chiara Brumfield and Raluca Jacob, who are both 17 years old. Their project is entitled The Effect of Water Pollution on Algae Growth. How do water pollutants such as algicides, copper sulfate and cleaning detergents affect Chlorella vulgaris growth at different concentrations over a period of 8 days? And of course this is very, very important because the effect of pollutants can restrict algae growth, but it also of course has an impact on the broader ecosystem surrounding it. And so I wonder what their conclusions are over their experiment period of 8 days, whether stricter laws need to be enforced on pollutant usage or agricultural needs. So it's a balance between law, between science, between algae growth and between the ecosystems around that. So ladies, tell us more.
No pressure. No pressure. Hi girls, you want to introduce yourselves?
So my name is Raluca. I'm a 17-year-old student at the Atelier de Luxembourg.
My name is Chiara Brumfield. I'm also 17 and I'm also studying at Atelier de Luxembourg.
So what did you guys come up with this project?
So our project is about measuring algae growth when they are faced with water pollutants. So I measured different concentrations of detergent, whereas she measured different concentrations of fertilizer, or more specifically copper sulfate.
And how did you guys come up with this topic, since I think it seems a little bit out of the norm?
So our topic was based on the fact that algae are responsible for around 50% of the world's oxygen production and carbon dioxide production. And in recent times, harmful chemicals have been entering our water streams. And so we wanted to test but since algae is so important, we actually wanted to test like, hey, like how do these chemicals affect algae growth, and then what does this say about ecosystems around them and the organisms that might be living with them?
So you guys went very deep thinking. Like that's very nice. Okay. And how long did you guys take for all this research?
Well, for the experimental part, I think we took around 14 to 15 hours of pure like experimental setup and measuring. So we did it across about 8 days for each experiment. So in total, about 2 weeks.
And are you guys satisfied with how this project turned out?
I would say so. Like we put a lot of work into it, and it took a very long time to come up with. But we do feel like we've reached a point now where we actually have something to show and like to be proud of.
Guys, your first time here, like, are you stressed with the jury or anything?
No, this is our first time here competing. We visited last year, and so that inspired us to participate this year.
Perfect. Well, I wish you guys the very best of luck.
Thank you.
Now, ChatGPT has changed our lives, and a couple of the projects already have an AI focus. This project is by Karim Pereira, 19-year-old, and he is studying at Lycée Aline Mayrisch. I say he's studying at Lycée Aline Mayrisch. The project is, can ChatGPT replace a teacher? So, he studied the effectiveness of ChatGPT when replacing a teacher and ordered ChatGPT to prepare and conduct a lesson with students that were willing to participate. So I'd love to know what the results of this are, and I'd love to also know how many students wanted to participate in this.
I'm here with my dear friend Karim, with whom I did the takeoff show together. Now you're doing a different contest, which is the Jonk Fuerscher one. Tell me, Karim, what are you doing today?
So actually I tried to check if ChatGPT could replace teachers. So not just looking at ChatGPT or generally AI as a tool, but literally as a replacement.
Wow, that is very interesting given the high use of ChatGPT in schools. What results did you find?
So I found that it actually have a more negative effect on the teaching quality, because apparently a human presence as a teacher is very important among students, and it just isn't suited to conduct a lesson that is suited for every student.
So how would you explain the major use of ChatGPT in classrooms instead of going to the teacher?
Could you repeat the question?
You said the results were negative and ChatGPT wouldn't be able to replace the teacher. So how could you explain the major use of ChatGPT in classrooms instead of students going up to the teacher and having an interaction with them?
So I think during that research I realized that teaching is much more than just the transmitting of knowledge. It has also to do with human interaction between teacher and students. That's why some teachers that are more reserved may not be as good teachers as more extrovert teachers.
So being a teacher requires a good open personality?
I would say so, yes.
Thank you very much, Karim. We will be moving on to the next.
Now, next up, we've got a project which is more applied science, engineering, focus, electronics, space exploration, even wind-resistant infrastructure, which is very, very important as we have more climate change in our world, and that will increase the turbulence of our atmosphere, and we will see more tornadoes, we will see stronger winds. We are seeing them already. We've got 3 young men. We've got Konstantin, we've got Aditya, and we've got Kemal from Athénée de Luxembourg and also Lycée Aline Mayrisch. And they have researched different houses in areas with high amounts of infrastructure damage by tornadoes. So they compared miniature models of those houses. They also proposed improvements, solutions, because the cost of the damage incurred is so very high. This also has a bearing on insurance costs as well. And the cost of repair they've tried to keep low. So they are going to compile the data to form concrete solutions that can really truly be applied to real life situations.
Hi guys, do you want to introduce yourselves?
Hello, my name is Konstantinos. I'm from Athénée and I'm a deuxième student.
My name is Adi. I'm also from Athénée, also in deuxième.
Hello, I'm Ayman. I'm from Lycée Aline de Mayrisch.
And who of you guys wants to tell me a bit about your project?
Sure. So our project is, we're tackling problems dealing with high winds and tornadoes and their effects on infrastructure. Our main objective is to come up with solutions, whether it is material-based or just like the shape of the house itself, and how these houses can better withstand these high speeds, how we can reduce costs of damages, and in general we tested different materials, different shapes, and we really looked at the pressure and velocity of the wind around the structure to understand where the damage really starts from.
And did you like focus the study on one particular region of the world, or was it like worldwide?
Well, the study is worldwide. We looked at different models of houses that are affected, especially seeing that majority of houses affected were either in the US or in some regions of Europe. So that's actually why we have two different models of houses. And there's also the very large differences in terms of like what materials are used for each house, since different places have different access to materials and thus different infrastructure. So we did look worldwide in order to make this a more effective study and provide solutions for most places, which is why we focus more on aerodynamics rather than specific build efficiency of materials.
And how did you guys come up with this topic in particular?
You can be honest.
So we were a little bit researching, like we saw these kinds of topics at school, and then we were interested and we want to help people out, and we want to make to help these people out because they're losing their homes and then they have to get out and then move to other places. So with our project we could help them, and then they could stay at their houses and they wouldn't like go away.
Okay, thank you guys very much. I wish you the best of luck.
Now we're going to move into the world of chirality, chemistry chirality, a world of sugar no less, so also food. The synthesis, feasibility and promise of L-glucose. So did you know that you can actually have a mirror image of glucose? This is metabolically inert. It could be a promise, an alternative to sugar. And we've got Tane Karnik and Sia Karnik, so brother and sister team here, 18 and 15 years old. Tane is now studying at the Karolinska Institute in Sweden, and Sia is still at the Athénée de Luxembourg. So just thinking about this, the mirror image of glucose as we know it, L-glucose, it's something that perhaps many of us have not heard about. But Tane and his sister have looked into the feasibility of producing this, the biological synthesis of this, and then really consumer psychology as well. Could it truly be an alternative to what we have in all of these sugary things I have just off to the side of me here?
So I'm here with Sia today, who was here last year for the first time and did a project on sustainability. Today she's doing something on sugar. Please tell me more.
Okay, so technically, me and my brother, we investigated L-glucose, which could act as a healthier and more practical solution for sugar. And we investigated its production methods, which could be feasible and affordable.
Now, what are the differences between this new sugar you found and the normal sugar people usually take?
Right, so that's a very good question. D-glucose it causes calories and it metabolizes to create energy, but the sugar we investigated, it doesn't transport through your lumen, and so it does not metabolize into creating energy or calories.
Very interesting. Now, I do have a sweet tooth, and I'm wondering, when is your product going to be on the market?
Well, it takes a very long time for food to be scientifically developed, so maybe in a while, but hopefully we're trying to raise awareness.
Very, very nice, and I hope the jury likes this as much as I did.
Thank you very much, Lenny. I'm noticing, actually, without any planning, Lenny is matching a number of the students in his stripes. We also have a number of the students wearing stripes, so it's all very, very uniformly aligned there. The next project, a 13-year-old at Athénée Luxembourg also, Mert Gunes, and this is a project entitled Lucid. It's an engineering electronics project. Lucid stands for Lucid Under Controlled External Neural Triggering, a wearable sleep mask designed to detect eye movement during REM sleep using electroculography, EOG, where surface electrodes measure horizontal eye activity and a bipotential amplifier to process the signal in real time. Now, I'm wondering where 13-year-old Mert got all of this information from, because I think this is not yet taught at school.
Hi, do you want to tell me a little bit about your project? Because I see this title and it's intriguing me.
Yes. So Lucid is a brand new mask which detects REM sleep, so rapid eye movement sleep. And that's when you dream. And when it detects that you're dreaming, it gives little small cues with ultraviolet light for you to be aware that you're dreaming.
So this is for people, is it specifically for people who have like a lot of lucid dreams or problems with that, or just anyone?
It's for people who have PTSD, since people with PTSD, 50% of them commit suicide every year because of anxiety, depression, and drug usage. And also, this is very overlooked. This is a very overlooked subject because they relive the moments, the traumatizing moments that they had. So this leads them to even more depression, and they get very non-quality sleep.
Okay, this is a very beautiful resolution. Did this take a lot of time to come up with?
I came up with this because my mom has PTSD, not very problematic, but still. I came up with this because I started lucid dreaming at a very young age. I learned how to lucid dream when I was 5 or 6, and I thought this would be a very good subject for me to do. Yes.
Okay. Well, this is like genuinely a beautiful idea. I'm very happy to see that, to be honest. And well, you know what? I wish you the best of luck with the jury, and you got this.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sonia, and it's really lovely to hear where these project ideas came from. And so for Mert, the fact that he was thinking about his mother there, and that really catalyzed his idea for this project, and how young he started investigating this type of work in a different way, also very fascinating. So our next project, we're moving on to Medich Wisniewski, who is 16-year-old from Lycée Michel Lucius. This is also an engineering project. It's a question also, it's an ethical question in fact. How could commercial airliners operate without onboard pilots? And so this is a paper hypothesizing the possibility of autonomous flight. Of course, we know that there are already autonomous cars. We know that there could be autonomous flight. We have autonomous drones doing all sorts of things in the world today. What is missing, and how could it be implemented in the future?
I'm with Matthew, who is doing a project on autonomous flight. Please, could you develop more?
And I chose to do the topic as it's going to be an ongoing issue with a massive pilot shortage. About 600,000 pilots will be needed in the future. And also it's the largest recurring cost for airlines to maintain and pay the pilot salary. On top of that, it's going to improve safety and also improve efficiency over airline operation, cost efficiency, and allow for safer travel around the globe for more people and make it more accessible.
Now, a lot of people, when they found out that their plane is on autopilot and the pilot isn't really the person flying it, they worry. How would this be safer?
Truth to be told, planes already fly 95% of the time by themselves. From the moment the plane lifts off to the moment it touches the ground, it's on autopilot. And the pilot's job is mainly communication with air traffic control and other aircraft, and supervising the onboard systems to make sure they don't make mistakes or complying with ATC instructions.
So how would your research improve this to 100% of autonomous flight?
It would introduce a ground-based distribution model where a smaller group of pilots monitor a larger batch of aircraft, where if a certain aircraft encounters an issue or has an error, a pilot can take over and monitor. But for the longer parts of the flight where the plane just flies en route, there's no pilot needed. So you can reduce crew resources and also the financial aspect of flight operations.
Very interesting. Now, I do prefer having a human being there, but if your research can develop into something more, I will trust you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we're going to move to a couple of students again, a brother and sister. We've got Amélie Mendeleev and also Steve Mendeleev, who has been a contestant over the years. Amélie is still a student at ISL, and Steve is studying at Stanford University. This is a computer science project, very, very interesting title, Combinatorics of Tango. So the dance tango has become very, very popular. Oh, sorry, that's the next one. I think we're on the project before that. Apologies, we've got Leila and Candice and Mira. We'll come to the Mendeleev duo, but we've got Leila, Candice and Mira, ISL also, and they also have a popular item here. It's the correlation between the popularity of songs and their proximity to Euclidean rhythm. What is the key to musical success? So first of all, we might need to know what is Euclidean rhythm. And of course, rhythm is just one thing that is interesting in songs. But this is a fascinating project. So ladies.
Hi girls. The formula behind the beat. Do you want to tell me a little bit behind, like what's, behind this title?
Sorry. So in our project, we actually explored what makes top hit songs commercially successful and satisfying to the ear. So actually our research question, sorry, it's right behind you, is there evidence that popular songs tend to follow Euclidean rhythm patterns in a sample of songs from 2010 to 2025? And then we based it basically on this mathematical formula that we explored, which is the Euclidean rhythm. So how did we come up with this idea? Well, we were actually studying for an exam and we were listening to the radio, and then all of a sudden we heard this really catchy and satisfying song and we couldn't stop singing it, we couldn't stop bobbing our heads to it, and we were wondering why it sounded so perfect to us.
Oh, sorry. So basically what we did was we decided to look at the Hot 100 hits from each year from a sample of 2010 to 2025, sorry. So a sample of 16 years. And what we did was that we looked at the Hot 100 from each year and looked at the top 10 and the 90 to 100 in that same list. And basically to determine, Euclidean rhythms are the most even way to split a set of pulses across a set of beats. So we looked at drum scores for each song, specifically the bass drum part, and using musical scores, we examined where the bass drum hits and split each bar into 16 divisions. And basically we analyzed that with the Euclidean rhythm, which is the most even way to split those set of beats across, and compared the amount of mismatches. And through the mismatches, we could determine how similar it was to the Euclidean rhythm itself. And we did this. Sorry. Oh, sorry.
Sorry,
do you have any questions?
Yeah, no, it's okay. No, I mean, this sounds like a lot of good research, so I wish you guys the best of luck with the jury, and don't be too anxious. Like, you'll be fine.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sonia. And it's wonderful to see people who want to talk about their projects and really get into the explanation of it. So we're moving now to Tango. So from one music project idea to another one, the combinatorics of Tango. And now we move to the Mendeleev brother and sister. So Amelie at ISL and Steve, who is now studying at Stanford. Tango is this puzzle piece. It's recently skyrocketed in popularity, and they're formalizing the game and generalized to arbitrary dimensions. It's really going quite deep into the computer science and the mathematical modeling of this. And I know with Steve at the helm, it will be a very intense project, but how fun to be looking at the mathematical modeling of Tango.
So I'm here with Steve and Amelie, who are doing a research on Tango, a Sudoku-like puzzle game. Tell me, what piqued your interest?
Well, honestly, for us, we're both very interested in mathematics as well as puzzles, so we're very extremely passionate about puzzles, so we just decided, might as well do some math research on a puzzle we both enjoy, and we haven't found really anything about Tango. We've actually found most of the new research, so we decided we might as well present it and actually experiment with looking through it.
And what exactly is this new research you have found?
Yeah, so we are actually the first people to study Tango rigorously and formalize it mathematically, and we proved some new combinatorial bounds that tell us what is the maximum number of solvable cases, which has never been done before, and it's really useful for any future researchers who want to analyze this problem as well.
Very, very interesting. I myself, I'm not that much into maths, but I believe that your study will help those that are. Congratulations to you.
Yeah. Thank you.
And now we have a student coming back from the University of Vienna. It's Adriana Sen and also Alexandra Sen, who is studying at the Ludwig Maximilian University in München. This is a food subject. What nutrition trends can be identified amongst university students? So not entirely dissimilar to the previous one where we had the comparative points between the school lunches in the US and Germany. This project is exploring nutrition and eating habits amongst university students using a survey. And of course, university is such a fundamental part of a person's life and how eating can alter developmental at this very pivotal point of life as well. So the aim of the project is to inform the public about the eating behaviours of university students and to also raise awareness about this topic. So we've got Adriana, 18, Alexandra, 21, and welcome back to Luxembourg. It's so lovely to have you studying nearby, but you have returned for today.
About your project. Sure. So in our project, we wanted to find out what are the dietary patterns of university students. So we asked them, like, for example, first of all, if they live at home or if they live like alone. And then we also asked them about different things and factors, such as do they consume fruits and vegetables? Do they consume more snacks? Any unhealthy drinks? Questions like this.
I'm a university student myself, so I think this is very, very interesting. Are you guys university students yourselves, or why did you come up with this idea?
Yeah, exactly. We're both already students at university. She's studying medicine in her 4th year, and I started my pharmacy studies this year. So we had this idea because I myself also struggled, and when discussing this with my sister, she agreed that it was quite difficult to adapt to this.
And so did this study help you guys personally to like adapt maybe your diet or, you know, have some tips and tricks?
I think it was definitely interesting to read all of those studies about also the risks of unhealthy diet. And it was also super interesting to see that other students struggle with the same issues. So I think we could definitely relate to the answers that we found.
Well, I see some apple, I see some black chocolate on the table. I know those are like rather healthy snacks, so I will definitely keep that in mind as a university student myself. I wish you guys the best of luck.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And now we move to the project of Emmeline Book, 17 years old, a student at Lycée Michel Rodange. And this is the influence of flexible materials on the aerodynamics of a small-scale morphing wing. So a very specific title and also incredibly important in this world of air defense where we have seen an extraordinary increase in drone manufacturers. So this aerodynamic project, she looks at aircrafts, whether it's airplanes, drones, or other experimental systems, new technologies, morphing wings, and looking at the flying conditions. Can it improve lift, the drag ratio, stability? So I would be fascinated to know how Emmeline studied this, where she studied it, and I know the tested materials are thermoplastic elastomer, mylar, and rubber. She looked into the deformations of the airflow and how the different stretchabilities and flexibilities affected the airflow.
I'm with Emmeline here today, who is doing a study on morphing wings. Could you please tell me more about this project?
Yes, so basically morphing wings are wings that can change their shape in flight to adapt themselves to different conditions. However, I was wondering what materials could be used in order to cover such a wing, because they need to be flexible, obviously. So I looked around and I didn't find a study which was actually proving that one material is better than another. So I just went on and trying with this wind tunnel that I built myself with the help of the University of Luxembourg, who provided me the turbine. And so I covered it with thermoplastic, with rubber and mylar of different thickness. And I found out that rubber was much more efficient, which is probably also due to the fact that it's stretchable and thus adapts itself to the form of the wing, making it more aerodynamic.
Now that was a very complete explanation, but tell me why this would be efficient. How could morphing wings help us?
Well, it is proven that morphing wings improve the aerodynamical efficiency, and this would also reduce fuel consumption as well as make flights faster. And also in military, it would be really, really helping.
Now, when I hear morphing wings, I think about bats and maybe even dragons. Does this have anything to do with this, or am I just a nerd?
Well, No, you actually are right, because morphing wings are inspired by the natural wings of birds or bats, like you say it, and thus, yeah, it was inspired from that in the beginning.
Thank you very much. This seems very interesting, and good luck to you.
Now we're going to move into the world of space. So Harold Sveen, 17-year-old from ISL, he's looked into the geometry of gravity, joint Bayesian interference of the Milky Way dark matter halo, flattening using GD1 and rotation curve data. So he's studied the shape of the Milky Way's dark matter halo, combining two types of data, the galaxy's rotation curve and the GD1 stellar stream from Gaia. And so he has used mathematical modeling, I believe, and I would love to know if this research has been looked into before, where you came up with the idea, Harold, and how you're managing all of this as a mere 17-year-old.
Hi, okay, I'm here with
Harold Sven.
I see this huge presentation behind us. Do you want to tell me a little bit about this project?
Yeah, so what I did was I looked at the rotation curve data, which is literature value, and then I evaluated potential candidates, stellar starstream stars, to try to infer the potential shape of the dark matter halo, and I did this through a potential flattening ratio, QZ.
Okay, this sounds very, very complicated to me personally, but it sounds very interesting at the same time. How did you come up with this topic?
I came up with this by I did a physics problem. So I want to study physics when I'm older, and I'm preparing for Olympiads and so on. And so I came across a problem that dealt with rotation curve inconsistencies, and I decided that'd be an interesting thing to explore further.
Well, makes sense. And is this your first time participating?
It's my third time participating.
Okay. And it's not hard after like the second time to still come up with like new topics, or does that come rather easily to you?
I think what I try to do is every year I do something different. The first year I did a biology-related one with my friends. The second year I did an environmental one. And this year I'm doing something I'm more passionate about, like physics, which is what I want to study. So I think overall I'm on a good track to come up with new ideas.
Yeah, I think doing something you're passionate about is always the best way to go. And this genuinely looks very amazing. So I wish you the best of luck with it.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now we're moving on to the world of chemistry, but also cancer. Johann Bost is studying at ETH Zurich, 20 years old, and Ido Sumek is 16 years old at St. George's International School. The title of their project is an integrated simulation and machine learning framework to find optimal parameter combinations for ferrocene-based nanoparticles in chemodynamic therapy. And so they've used machine learning, ferrocene-based nanoparticles, and they've already, well, I imagine Johann has synthesized a precursor at ETH in Zurich to build a framework combining computer simulations, machine learning, and optimization. Modeled 20 million particles in 100,000 unique environments to identify the sweet spots and the potential benefits of what could be chemodynamic treatment strategies to fight cancer.
I'm with Ido and Johan now, who have done a cancer research to find the ideal solutions to helping with that. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's very close to that. So actually what we were looking at is because there exist so many already anti-cancerogenic drugs which can help fight cancer. But the main issue that is still left to unsolved is really to find optimals to make the most out of the already existing medicaments. And what we basically did, we used computer simulations, machine learning and optimization in order to find peak optimals to make the already existing drugs much more effective. And our results show that you can up to 10x already existing medicaments and make them up to 10 times more effective.
Now, I read somewhere ferrocene. What is ferrocene?
Ferrocene is the basis of an anti-cancer nanoparticle. It's something that Johann synthesized in ETH Zurich. You can see it right there. It's like orange crystals. And it has really special properties, which it can be used to make nanoparticles that are anti-cancer. And it really interested us. That's why we started this entire project.
So you said you can make the already existing products 10 times more effective. How would you go about doing that?
Okay, so basically what we do, our simulations find optimals, for example, like temperature of the cancer environment, cardiovascular length, or blood flow. So you would, for example, first determine a patient's individual metrics. So, for example, what the temperature is of his body. And then using all those 10 different parameters that we identified, you could try to make other therapies or take medicaments in order to get the patient's values of, for example, the temperature up to the specifics that we localize. So for example, you would do a radiotherapy to increase the temperature of the cancer environment, because that shows to be much more effective.
Okay, very interesting and very useful. I wish you boys luck.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen, and we wish you the very best of luck, because that is so fundamental to helping fight cancer. And congratulations, Johan, with your work at ETH Zurich, and continued success there. Now moving on to two students who are at Lycée Vauban de Luxembourg, Arthur and Samuel, both aged 17. They have Project Hermes. So Hermes is an innovative, cost-effective project designed to predict urban pollution using custom-built autonomous drone. It features a 3D printed sensor box that can capture air quality data and audio. So some signal processing, also an AI model is within this. They are trying to predict air pollution, and again, I think this is something that is such a great idea. It could be rolled out. They've got a mini business idea here. So, gentlemen, let's hear more about your project.
Bonjour, aujourd'hui je suis avec
Arthur. Samuel.
Est-ce que vous voulez un peu me présenter votre projet qui a l'air très élaboré?
Exactement. Donc nous on a un projet de station amovible qui mesure la qualité de l'air. Donc pour ça, on a une station comme ça, avec plusieurs capteurs dedans, qui mesurent donc le monoxyde de carbone, les PM10, donc les microparticules de taille 10, de taille 2.5, mais aussi le CO2, le dioxyde NO2 et l'ammoniac. Donc on récupère des données sur justement ces qualités de l'air, et ensuite on va les convertir pour avoir un site web qui montre nos résultats. Donc cette station, elle est amovible, et on peut par exemple soit la porter à la main pour récupérer des données, soit la mettre dans un drone pour récupérer des données justement en altitude. Donc on a eu quelques problèmes avec le drone et il s'est un peu craché, mais ça marche quand même pas mal. Arthur va vous présenter le reste de ce qu'on fait.
Si tu veux, tu peux m'expliquer comment vous avez eu l'idée, combien de temps ça vous a pris
Alors au départ, ce qu'on voulait faire, c'était vraiment juste un projet d'ingénierie. On voulait vraiment créer quelque chose de physique, comme un drone ou un rover, mais bon, on s'est dit qu'un drone ce serait intéressant, et on voulait que ça ait un impact environnemental. Donc l'idée de capturer les données de pollution de l'air, c'était assez naturel pour nous. Et on s'est dit un drone avec des pollutions de l'air, c'est intéressant, et c'est comme ça que le projet il est né.
Et ça vous a pris combien de temps? Ça fait combien de temps que vous travaillez sur ce projet?
Depuis septembre, on a commencé. Et on se voyait à peu près toutes les semaines, 2-3 heures pour bosser sur le projet, et voilà.
C'est vraiment un projet, comme j'ai dit tout à l'heure, très très élaboré. Ça a l'air très très intéressant. Donc je vous souhaite une très bonne chance, et voilà, pas de stress avec les gens.
Thank you so much. Now we're going to move on to a potential alternative to plastics, which is very, very important again for the degradation within our environment. So Kishore and Svita, 17 and 16 years old, from Lycée Michel Lucius, have looked into this, and the project is entitled Development of Medicinal Grade Chitin Cellulose Agarose Bioplastics derived from medical grade cotton and Pleurotus ostratus. So effectively, this is looking into the development of sustainable chitin cellulose agarose. So these are all things that can be broken down in the environment naturally. Bioplastics, effectively. They've looked into the design of bioplastics to replace what we have been so very used to, which is the petroleum-based plastics, specifically using plastics, single plastic use in the pharmaceutical industry.
I am now with Kishore and Sveta, who have done a study on plastic pollution. Could you develop, please?
So we decided to, since there's like a 1.7 million ton plastic pollution annually, especially in the medical industry, we decided to make a bioplastic that would degrade faster and solve the issue of plastic pollution in the environment and increase biodiversity.
Now, you said especially in the medical field. Like, what do you mean by that?
So in the medical field, plastics contaminate medicines in the patients, and it has several negative effects on the patient's health. For example, people can develop lung cancer, and it can also affect the patient's endocrine system, affecting their hormones. And we decided to create a bioplastic that is more sustainable and healthy to patients.
Now, how did you go about creating this bioplastic, and how would you merchandise it?
So we extracted all the raw materials ourselves. So we bought oyster mushrooms. We extracted chitin from them. Then we took cotton. We extracted cellulose from them. And then we also added agar to strengthen the bonds and to make them as strong as possible. And yeah, it was mainly done so that it would degrade faster, so we wouldn't have as much plastic in the environment. And it's also a much more sustainable approach because we're not using crude oil, which is finite in supply.
Well, this is a very, very interesting study and would be very useful to society, so I wish you the best.
Now we're going to move to a 14-year-old couple of ladies, Megana and Hanmisha from Lycée Michel Lucius. And again, something that's super interesting because nowadays, of course, with phones and computers and headphones, we are always bombarded by noise. And they've done a study to look into what happens to your memory when you're trying to learn new things in noise. So they've conducted an experiment to see how our brain's concentration is affected when it's exposed to different types of noise compared to, of course, complete silence. So to understand that, they conducted an experiment. The participants were reading a text and answering questions whilst listening to different types of noise or no noise at all.
Hello, girls. Do you guys want to start off by introducing yourselves?
Hello, I'm Hanmisha.
Hi, I'm Magna. We're both from Alamau.
And do you guys want to tell me a little bit about your project to start off with?
So basically, she studies well with music and I study well without. So we wanted to conduct an experiment to see in general how people study with music and without, which helps you concentrate better.
I am just like, well, I'm just like, I can't really study with music, so this is very interesting. What is you guys' conclusion? What did you guys come up with?
We came up with that actually silence is last because it's understimulating for our brain. And surprisingly, white noise is very helpful too, but you can't solve complex puzzles in it. And I'm sorry to disappoint, but white noise is better, and music without lyrics is also really good.
So I would learn better if I started studying with music without lyrics? No, this is very interesting. I'll start doing that, I think, in my next studying session.
I mean, in the starting, it might be hard, but once you get used to it, it's going to be really helpful. Silence is, unfortunately, the worst, guys.
And how long did you guys need to come up with all of this research? Did it take a long time?
Well, we first sent out a form to all of our friends. That took about 2 days or so. But the research itself took much longer, I think.
And are you satisfied, or do you think if you had more time, you guys would have had more time to come up with something completely different, like more info?
So we had a really short text. So for example, white noise, it's like drinking an energy drink. When you first drink it and you take it in, the first few nights you're very energetic, but after a bit then you get so used to it that it doesn't work anymore. So if we had a longer text, then we would have been able to come up with more.
And if we get like a lot of money, I hope to work with like people with learning difficulties and maybe even create our own sound to help everyone. I also hope that we could use a bigger results so we had more people working with us as well.
Well, you know what? I hope so too, because this sounds very, very interesting. I think it could help a lot of people. So thank you guys. I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you so much.
Now we're moving to a project by Radistin, who is 17-year-olds at Lycée Guillaume Kroll. It's a computer science project, and it's called Mate J. The project is called Jarvis. It's an AI system, and also really delves into AI glasses, intelligent glasses. It's a 2-year project looking at not relying on centralized ecosystems, real world data, and how these intelligent glasses can help us with day-to-day tasks and really help us as an assistant, not taking over what we do, not taking over our decision-making opportunities, but really real-world examples and decentralized where we have the control.
Radistin. Je suis maintenant avec Radistin qui a fait un projet sur l'intelligence artificielle. Pourrais-tu m'en dire plus, s'il te plaît?
C'est en fait une copie de Jarvis qui revient du film des Avengers, qui est de Tony Stark. Qu'est-ce que c'est? J'ai juste recopié ce que c'était dans le film, une intelligence artificielle qui tourne en local sur notre PC actuellement, qui est en train de parler avec moi. Et qu'est-ce que c'est? C'est tout simplement un modèle qui tourne en local, qui peut exécuter des commandes sur votre PC, peut entièrement utiliser aussi votre PC. Là, il tourne sur Linux, donc il a toutes les commandes exécutables du Linux. On peut également lui demander des questions externes au système, on peut en parler avec lui, on peut discuter. Il a également une voix et on peut également parler en vocal avec lui. Il a un wake word qui est Jarvis. Et tout ce qui va après Jarvis va être enregistré, lui il va le processer et va nous répondre à ce qu'on lui a demandé. Normalement, un lama, c'est ce que c'est en fait. Un lama n'est pas connecté à l'internet, donc une fois qu'elle est entraînée, elle ne peut plus avoir des informations. Mais j'ai réussi à la connecter à l'internet. Donc vous lui posez des questions comme trouve-moi un hôtel 3 étoiles ou un restaurant Michelin ici à côté. Il va scanner l'internet et va nous donner les meilleurs sites ou les meilleures places qu'il peut nous proposer.
Très intéressant. Maintenant, le marché de l'intelligence artificielle est déjà très grandissant, avec plusieurs entreprises en train de créer la leur. Qu'est-ce qui distingue la tienne de celle-là?
La mienne, elle est distinguée parce que déjà c'est gratuit, ça tourne entièrement en local, donc sur notre PC, on n'a pas une limite de questions de ce qu'on doit faire avec lui. Et également, on peut le contrôler un peu comme on veut. On peut le personnaliser avec nos préférences, il peut parler comme nous on veut, à la langue qu'on veut. On peut également modifier sa mémoire. Il a également une mémoire où on lui dit, nous, ce qu'il peut mémoriser, ce qu'il ne peut pas. Si on veut enlever des trucs de la mémoire, tout simplement, on va dans les fichiers, on l'enlève.
Très intéressant. Bon courage à toi.
And now we're moving to Emmy's project. So Emmy is 14 years old at ISL, and it's a chemistry environment project entitled From Garbage to Green Energy with Microbes Producing Hydrogen for Everyday Use. So she looked into the study of hydrogen and how it is produced, and bear in mind hydrogen is flammable, from household organic waste. She had a small setup, gas production was measured by water displacement, and hydrogen was confirmed in a pop-up test. It appeared later as the conditions became anaerobic. The yields were low, but of course this is highly scalable when you think about waste-based microbial hydrogen production at industrial scales. So Emmy Dousa from ISL, just 14, tell us about your project.
That camera. Hi, do you want to introduce yourself?
I'm Emmy Dos and I'm 14.
And do you want to tell me a little bit about this project behind me?
Well, my project was mostly, it's about how, well, the title is From Garbage to Green Energy with Microbes Producing Hydrogen for Everyday Use. And it's basically like, I did an experiment, and it was with bananas, cabbage, and compost. And it was also with some distilled water, and I just tested how much gas can be produced from it and if hydrogen could be produced from it, so that it could be like a solution to like for cars as well. And a more sustainable or like clean way to create energy.
Since I do remember you from last year, so I know this is not your first time participating, is it not hard coming up with like different topics, or did this come to you fairly easy?
Well, I mean, like, sometimes it's a little bit difficult, but it's just like based on curiosity. Like, I don't really have a type of science that I'm like most interested in, and like I'd like to kind of
explore and everything.
Yeah.
And how long did this research take you?
I started in September, so.
And do you feel like you still could have needed more time, or are you very much satisfied and content with how far this got you?
I'm satisfied. Yeah.
So are you not stressed since it's not your first time, or are you still kind of stressed about the jury?
I'm a little bit like nervous.
No, but this looks very, very promising. It looks like you did a lot of research, so I don't think you have any reason to stress out. You'll be fine. I wish you the best of luck. Thank you.
Good luck to Emmy there. Now we're moving to Olha. She is just 13 from Astronova School. This is a life sciences project, tardigrade survival under desiccation and acid stress. So she was working with tardigrades and comparing this analysis with wild and laboratory populations. So what are the survival rates of wild and laboratory cultured tardigrades under two environmental stressors, desiccation and exposure to acidic conditions? So I'm quite sure she will tell us all about what tardigrades actually are, and also what happens to the wild tardigrades. The hypothesis was associated with higher expression levels of systolic abundant heat-soluble, that's CAHS proteins, and also Tardigrade Explorer kit for middle school students proposed that combining essential laboratory tools with original reference materials would encourage hands-on scientific learning. So I think she got a lot of information also from this.
I am now with Olga, who has done a study on the tardigrade, also known as water bears, known as the toughest animal in nature. Could you please tell me more?
So tardigrades are microscopic aquatic animals. They can survive extreme temperatures, desiccation, and extraordinary pressure. And my study compares the survival rates of wild and laboratory cultured tardigrades when exposed to desiccation and acidity. So I collected wild tardigrades and ordered lab tardigrades from Carolina Biological Supply, and I placed each tardigrade on a microscope slide and let them dry out for 24 hours. After adding water to the slides and examining them 1 hour after rehydration and then later 3 hours after rehydration, I found that wild tardigrades are more resilient than lab tardigrades. For my acid experiment, unfortunately, neither tardigrade survived. Wild tardigrade superior resilience can be attributed to higher expression of CAHS proteins, which stands for cytosolic abundant heat-soluble proteins, and you can see a model of it on my table.
Now, this study here, how could that benefit us?
So, of course, CAHS proteins can be used in humans, maybe to insert them into cells, like when cancer patients undergo radiation therapy, or maybe to keep dry vaccines, like safe for longer.
Now, you said the wild tardigrades had a higher survival rate. Would that mean us as humans should go back to living in the wild?
I don't think so, because humans and tardigrades are a bit different things. And I think that lab tardigrades could be improved to also survive similar to wild tardigrades. I think that the solution that lab tardigrades live in could be improved in some way, and maybe if they are subjected to changing environmental conditions as well, they may also evolve to develop similar adaptation mechanisms to wild tardigrades.
Thank you, Olga. We will be moving on to the next.
Now we're going to move to Mohammed's project. He's a 20-year-old studying at Lycée Michel Lucius. And this is sort of a zoology botany project, and a great title, Electroculture, exploring the potential of atmospheric energy in agriculture for sustainable farming. So we know that we have to become more sustainable. We know, my goodness, in the world today, we know we need alternatives for fuel sources. And he is looking at atmospheric energy. Is there a way to harvest atmospheric energy and store it and use it as an alternative to fossil fuels? So how can you test that? Well, plants using electroculture, and that's what exactly what Mohammed did. And I want to know, were there any differences? And Mohammed, can you do this?
Hi, today I'm here with
Mohammed.
Do you want to tell me a little bit about this project?
Well, yes, you use atmospheric energy to boost plant growth.
And why did you come up with this idea in particular?
Well, at first I had a garden, and there was a rule that you are not allowed to use pesticides or fertilizers, and I thought maybe there is something else where you can boost plant growth without using them, and I came up with electroculture.
Was this the first solution that you came up with, or were there other solutions which you ended up just not choosing for different reasons?
Well, there wasn't at all any other stuff except this, and even to find this, I had a lot of digging.
And so this digging you're mentioning, how long did this take you?
Oh, well, it took around 2 to 3 months and another year to learn how to grow plants because I had no idea how gardening works.
So how did you, like, why did you decide to do this about gardening? If you know, are not really into gardening, me neither, I've never done it. So how did you come up with this idea then?
Well, in my local community, I had a garden, and I didn't want to go far to do something else.
All right, this seems like a very interesting topic, though, and I think a lot of gardeners will be very, very grateful for this research. So, yeah, I think this could go very far. I thank you for your time, and I wish you the best of luck.
Now we've got to get our thinking heads on here because we're going to move on to a computer science project which has a, quite a challenging title. Transformation Invariant Classification Algorithm of Four-Dimensional Objects based on Quanterian Discrete Fourier Transforms and Non-Rectangular Input Space Tessellation. That's quite the mouthful. And it's Krzysztof, who is 20 years old, studying at Eindhoven University of Technology, who has this project, this paper, presenting a methodology. And actually, I'm looking forward to Lenny digging into this and seeing what we can extract from Krzysztof's project and paper to see what, from this work, we can understand.
I'm now here with Krzysztof, who I'm interviewing for the third time, but who has been here 8 times. I'm being blinded by light now. Could you please tell me about your project?
Yeah, so the key idea behind my project is actually a very fast object detection and matching algorithm. However, because that's very abstract and hard to understand, I developed a fully automated tracking example that can use my algorithm behind the scenes to allow for real-time object tracking. For example, if I do this, all the cameras immediately know where each object is in 3D space, and are able to, thus, for example, do motion tracking. That's one of the use cases you would use it for. In practice, this system is around 120 times cheaper than other common commercial systems, with a unit cost of only €8 per cell, per camera, you could say, whereas a usual traditional one is around 980. So it's way cheaper and way more, you could scale it up basically much faster.
So this tracking system would be used to protect homes as cameras, or what would you use this for?
So in practice, within this example use case, you would use it for example, motion tracking within motion capture studios, or even as simple as a camera follow. So you have automatic camera following for a given object, because importantly, you do not have to have tracking markers, which is a usual huge downside of traditional tracking systems.
This is very, very interesting. What made you go for this? I mean, this is your 8th time here. You must have done so many projects. Why this one this year?
So I have already designed and built this project several years ago. At that point, originally, I developed the internal tracking algorithm, detection algorithm that works, that is very computationally effective. It's able to match objects in log linear time, which is very computationally fast. However, it was very hard to show it in practice, how it can be used in practice, as that was just abstract mathematics. So I decided to develop something like this.
Well, congratulations to you. You are used to this. It's your 8th time here, and I hope the jury likes you, as they have for many years.
Well, what a professional setup. I was just admiring the lighting that you have there as well. So he's thought of all angles. Very good lighting on your face there. And of course, the project is wonderful too. Now, moving on to Bojana's project. She's 17 years old. She's a student at Ateneo Luxembourg. And she has a project called Hera Health. It's a Swift UI mobile app in Xcode. It's promoting breast cancer awareness and education through reliable information, and encourages early detection and also healthy habits. Again, she's worked on resources like a Tara-Kuzik-based risk calculator, a daily lifestyle tracker, motivational feedback, intuitive educational page. So it's an app which offers AI chatbot for breast cancer questions, and also a period tracker with cycle information. So Bojana, tell us more about your project.
Hi, do you want to start off by introducing yourself?
Yes, I'm Bojana Ivanova, and my project is Hera Health. It's a mobile application for breast cancer awareness and education.
And this is a very known topic. Why did you decide to do this one for the Jonk Fuerscher competition?
Because, well, recently my mom's friend died of breast cancer, and this topic is not really, there are not so many sources about it, and it's very hard to find like reliable and interactive sources for women to find out more about it. So I thought it would be nice to do an app, because who doesn't know how to use an app?
Yes, no, that's very, very thoughtful. I think a lot of people will be grateful for that. And since you kind of, I think maybe already knew a little bit about breast cancer, did this research help you get to know many more things, or were you like pretty much aware of everything?
No, it definitely did. I went a lot into the scientific part of the topic, and I learned more about what actually breast cancer is, how it works, like the different stages, especially when I was developing the education page of the app.
So this app, it's already like created and everything, that people can already use it, or is it like a prototype?
It's more of a prototype, because right now I'm I got it to Apple, in the Apple developer account, but they're still reviewing it for external testing. So it is finished and you can use it, but only on a prototype device, so my phone.
Well, this sounds very, very cool. I genuinely love how all of this looks and the little pin up there. And how long did this take you to like create an entire app?
I mean, like 3 months. It was very extensive, but it's also because I was kind of managing it with school and and like extracurriculars, etc.
Well, I wish you the very best of luck with this project. Thank you.
Now we're moving to Clara's project. Clara is 15 years old, a student at ISL, and this is a project, again, life sciences, health, medicine related, streamlining the diagnosis of autoimmune related skin lesions using machine learning. So again, it's really wonderful to see how people are incorporating AI and machine learning into thinking about how to solve some of the really big problems in the world. Now, autoimmune disease, it's on the rise. There are many of them, and symptoms and signs can be difficult to recognize by patients and healthcare providers. So in this paper, she evaluated the different machine learning models based on accuracy to identify different autoimmune skin diseases. And using the random forest model, that seemed to prove the most accurate results. So Clara, congratulations on the project idea, and tell us more about it.
I'm now with Clara, who has done a study on skin lesions. Could you please develop?
So basically my project is using machine learning models to identify pictures of skin lesions caused by various autoimmune diseases in the hopes that in the future this can be used to help speed up the length of diagnosis.
Now, these multiple different skin lesions, how did your study manage to detect which is which?
So the different models each have a different process of determining which skin lesion it is. So one of the models, the decision tree model, it has like a tree-like structure. Each branch is called nodes, so there are root nodes, like just nodes, and then leaf nodes. And so it goes like ask questions, and then each leaf node is like the final, and each has a label attached to it. So first, each model gets trained with 80% of the data set that's being used for the whole model, and then it's trained, and then after the testing data is put in, but you don't know which label it is, and then so the model predicts and gives its best guess as to which autoimmune disease it's from.
Okay. And with further development and maybe more resources, do you think this could figure out new skin lesion diseases, etc., and find out what a new issue is that doesn't exist yet?
I think at the moment, I don't think it could detect new issues, but I think it could definitely be used to help guide medical professionals in the right direction to find treatment, and also to help patients seek treatment faster.
Okay, thank you very much. This is very interesting. I hope the jury likes it.
And now we're going to move on to William's project. So he's an 18-year-old at St. George's School. Be Informed, a reliable AI, again AI coming into play here, powered hive monitoring system against Asian hornet predation. So Be Informed projects, it's going to look at the Asian hornet Predation is a problem here, of course, not just here as well. Using Raspberry Pis, the IMX500 AI camera and LoRa hats, AI detects hornets as at bait stations, instantly sends the beekeepers information through LoRa. And so it's a really good way of detecting things early and enabling the beekeeper to put in place what they need to do to intervene, saving their hives from the Asian hornet predators.
English.
Okay. Hi, do you want to start off by introducing yourself?
Yeah, so I'm William from St. George's, and my project is Be Informed, which is a reliable AI hive monitoring system against Asian hornet predation.
Okay. And how did you come up with this project, like with this project idea?
Well, initially I wanted to make a system that checks the internal conditions of the hornet, of the beehive. But I spoke to beekeepers, and they actually told me they have a really big issue with Asian hornets. It's currently the biggest issue for honeybees. And they asked me to make a system that can detect the hornets and then notify them as quickly as possible.
And so have you already notified them, or is it something that you're waiting to like finalize maybe in like a couple of months, or are you like fully done?
I'm fully done. The concept is here, you can see it. It works with radio transmission for notification, and for detection, it's a camera where I run an AI model that I trained on 7,000 images of Asian hornets, and it detects the hornet and then it sends the notification.
And how long did this take you? Because this looks crazy.
It took me around 3 months to make, if we include my initial project, if we include the work that I did on there.
And is like bees or like beehives something that you are personally interested in, or is it really genuinely just because of the people that ask you to do it?
No, I'm passionate with bees. My family have kept bees for generations. So it's something that is somewhat ingrained in me.
And so are you satisfied with everything, or do you feel like if you had more time you would have made other things or like made more?
No, I'm satisfied with the time we've had. Yeah.
Well, this looks very fun. I'm sure your family is proud of all of this, and yeah, I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
So again, it's lovely to hear there from William about his family's connection to hives and beekeeping over centuries, in fact. And of course, in Luxembourg, we have a number of bee associations, and it is actually possible to buy honey from your local areas. Moving on to Charvita Gujala, 16-year-old studying at École Internationale in Differdange. This is all about cryogenic surgery. So cryogenic surgery is already a medical treatment. It uses extreme cold to destroy abnormal or unwanted tissue. Doctors can apply substances like liquid nitrogen, which is super low temperatures, to freeze cells. Many of us might know liquid nitrogen if we've ever had a verruca, for instance, and that damages the cells so that they can die. So I want to know what Charvita is thinking about with looking into cryogenic surgery.
I'm now here with Charvita, who has done a study on cryogenic surgery. Could you please tell me more?
So cryogenic surgery is a surgery that we use with cold to remove tumors and maybe also reduce the tumor size and make sure it does not grow too much.
Now, this is a practice that is already in use in certain hospitals. How does your study improve this? What is the main goal of your study?
So the main goal of this is it's for it to be more in-depth research so that we can use it on the brains, because it's been used on like skin and whatnot, and I think it would be better if it's to use it on the brain, because a lot of people have been suffering with it, with scars and everything on their brains, on the head and whatnot, and I think it would be better if we can study it more on the brain.
And what has your study shown? How far away would we be from being able to do these kind of surgeries on the brain?
So as for now, we have, as a world, we have involved a lot, like with AI and everything, and I think it wouldn't take us like a lot of time for us to get into the imagery of how to use the brain, like how to get it into the brain and how we can precisely use it for the brain and tumors and everything.
Does this have any correlation to cryogenic sleep? Because I've seen it in a lot of sci-fi movies. Could this lead to that eventually?
Maybe it could, maybe it could not. I'm not really into the movie sections, but I hope so. Maybe it could help like movie fans to go into their dreams of that.
Thank you very much. This is very interesting, and I wish you good luck.
Now we're going to return to the issue of smoking and cigarettes, the fiber bioplastics. So this is looking at cigarettes, but also the plastics. We've got Koshbo, and she is 21 years old, and Shahana, who is 18 years old, studying at Lycée Michel Lucius. They've looked into cigarette fiber bioplastic, a green innovation from waste. Development and characterization of starch-based bioplastic reinforced with cigarette filter fibers using 100% mass-based formulations. So they're again looking into biodegradable plastics made from potato starch combined with recycled cigarette filter fibers to explore a sustainable solution for what really is a problem with cigarette waste pollution. Different fiber percentages, pre-treatments, sodium hydroxide and UV light. So they've done an awful lot of testing. Tell us more.
Hi girls, today I am here with
Khoshba Mustafa.
Shahana, daughter of Mohammed Ismail.
And you guys want to tell me a little bit about this project behind us?
We did this project because nowadays we know like the main difficulties for like the pollution of the world is like plastics and the cigarette butts, and we did this research because we wanted to make like two problems, one solution. So we add like we made a bioplastic based like from a potato starch, and we add the cigarette filters on it so we can make both of them like biodegradable faster. And we did like we put the filter cigarettes through a treatment like a UV treatment, and we washed it with sodium hydroxide and ethanol to break the bonds between the cellulose acetate, so we can make it biodegradable faster.
And how long did this take you guys?
This took us maybe around 2 months to do. So first we did like a trial using potato starch and cornstarch, and then we just went off from there and we did our experiment successfully.
And are you happy with everything, or do you feel like you would have needed even more time?
Almost happy, but if you have like not more time, we just like wanted to put like the plastics more in the soil so we can actually analysis like more in depth. But it's like almost a good result for that. So
this looks very promising already. And is this you guys' first time participating in the competition?
Not for me, it's my third year, and
it is my first time though.
And you know, I have a third year here, a first year. Are you guys stressed out? Are you anxious, or are you very confident about it?
I feel confident for sure, but I mean, for her, like first time.
I mean, yeah, it's my first time. I wasn't really sure what to expect, but because of her guidance and her help, I was able to, you know, feel more confident. And it was a success anyway, so I'm happy. I wouldn't change anything.
Okay, well, I love this duo. I love this project, and I wish you guys the best of luck with it. Thank you.
Now we're going to go to Gabriella. She's 15 years old, studying at Lycée Gaston Thorne, and she's looked into the ecological carbon dioxide capture from diesel factory chimneys using plants. This project is about a natural way to reduce carbon dioxide from diesel factory chimneys by cooling the exhaust and passing it through plants that absorb carbon dioxide through photosynthesis. The heat removed during cooling can be recovered as hot water and delivered to nearby residential buildings for domestic use. So again, she's thinking about the circular economy here and how to utilize, clean up anything that's dirty and reuse it in the systems, the system engineering around that. So Gabriella, congratulations on the idea. Again, you're doing this all by yourself. Tell us more.
I am now with Gabriella, who is here for the third time and doing a project on CO2 capture through plants. Could you please tell me more?
Okay, so basically there already exists a lot of filters for CO2 in factories, but they all they're all made of plastic or of they're not natural resources. So my idea was to make a CO2 filter but with plants so that they can capture CO2 through a natural process called photosynthesis.
Now, we know plants turn CO2 into oxygen, however, too much of it can be damaging to the plants. How would this function, and how many plants would we need in these factories?
So since we are taking a lot of CO2 out of the gases of these factories, we would need like 60 meters squared, so that's a lot, and 20 stacks of these plants, as you can see here. So my idea was to either do it underground or in right next to the factory so that we don't take away any residential areas just for this.
Now, which plant would be the most effective for this process? Because plants process CO2 differently.
So I needed a plant that could like grow very fast, because of course it's a lot of space, and one that could also withstand and maybe also take away some extra toxic gases that come along from these factories.
Okay, well, very interesting. Thank you very much for your time.
So well done to Gabriella. Now moving to Polly, 18, and Alexandra, also 18, studying at Macher Lycée in Grevenmacher. And this is about the spectrophotometric determination of nitrate in river water and an evaluation of the potential health risks. Now, there's been wonderful research done on the river water in Luxembourg, particularly during COVID times, and they studied nitrate concentrations in several rivers across Luxembourg using spectrophotometric approaches to evaluate spatial variation, potential environmental relevance. River water samples from 5 locations were analysed, and overall they have also demonstrated how important it is to be hands-on using this equipment to just ascertain the quality assessment of the river water on site.
All right. Hi, girls. Today I'm here with
Alexandra. Polly.
Do you guys want to tell me a bit about your project?
Yeah. We determined the nitrate concentrations in river water because we were wondering how are the nitrate concentrations in river water, and we wanted to determine the environmental and health risk of it.
And how did you come up with this idea out of all the scientific ideas you have?
Well, our major is chemistry, so and also our chemistry teacher helped us a lot. And also like we are very interested with, we also do that in our chemistry lessons, so we thought, that's actually a very good idea. And we actually have already some experience with that topic, because I did an internship.
Right. And so with the experience that you guys already gathered, so maybe it was not as hard as starting from zero. Did this take you a long time, or was it still a kind of hard process?
It was kind of difficult because we had a lot of difficulties and like struggles, because like our spectrometer, like it was sometimes sturdy or we didn't calibrate it correctly, so we encountered these difficulties and we corrected them, so to get these good measurements.
I think that's what makes the process like very enjoyable when you come a very long when you've come a far long way. And do you guys feel like you still could have needed more time, or are you like very done and content with how everything turned out?
Like I'm already very happy with our project. Like we put a lot of effort in this, but however, of course we can still continue. We can still continue with the same topic. We can like take more factors into consideration, and yes, of course we can always make our project better.
Okay, so this leads me to my next question and my last question. Is this something that you guys want to continue in the future?
Definitely, because we only did the test in the winter, and we want to do it also in the summer to like have a bigger to see the variations of it. So we are excited.
All right, well, this sounds very promising, and I wish you guys the best of luck with it. Thank you.
Now moving on to Rodian's project, 15-year-old from the International School of Luxembourg, expanding low-cost hypersonic wind tunnel with arc jet capabilities. So he's constructed and tested arc jet devices which use a combination of convergence, divergence nozzle and an arc jet stream. Now, not all of us know what this is, Rodian, so I think you're going to have to start with describing what this actually means, and then you've also created an observation instrument in the form of a Schlinger imaging setup. Again, you're going to have to tell us what this is. So over to you.
Now with Rodion, who has been here for the 5th time, and this project is the continuation of his last year's project. Could you please tell me more?
So in this project, I aimed to build a facility which improves testing of high temperature resistant materials in cheap conditions.
Now, how could this be efficient in day-to-day life, or is this for higher level use?
This could be used by startups which aim to create materials which can resist high temperatures, such as for various spacecrafts, so that they could test it much more frequently, much cheaper than with larger facilities.
Is there a demonstration we can see here today, or is that for the jury?
This is the more demonstration version of the model that I built to actually run the experiments that I did, but it actually can be used for the purposes that.
Okay. And how would this function? What would this show if it were to function today?
So at first, argon is pumped from the back of the machine. It then enters a gas tank, and then a valve releases all of the gas at the same time. It then passes through a special nozzle where it gets turned into plasma by electricity, and then it heats up a target at high speed of the gas and at high temperature of it due to the plasma.
Very interesting, and I believe once again you have shown how capable you are. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we're moving to Yaroslav, 18-year-old, and this is looking into epileptic seizures using AI and EEG signals, building an AI model and web application for real-time seizure detection from brain activity. Yaroslav is a student at Lycée Michel Lucius, and of course looking into epilepsy and trying to find some solutions to this neurological disorder would help 50 million people around the world. Again, looking at the seizures through equipment at hospitals, it normally is very, very costly. It involves electrodes. It's impossible to do this at home. And so this project is using deep learning models of CNN for detecting the seizures, which possibly could be used at home.
Hi, do you want to tell me a little bit about your project?
Hey, I've built a system for early detection of epileptic seizures using artificial intelligence and machine learning.
Out of all the uses that we have for artificial intelligence, how did you decide to come up with this idea specifically?
Well, me personally, I know some people who struggle with this issue, and I see how it impacts their families, their close people. So I thought artificial intelligence is a powerful tool, and I decided to give it a try and build something great that can help people around the world.
Yeah, I do know someone who has seizures as well, so I think this would be very, very helpful, and people would be very grateful for that. So did you already come up with a conclusion? Like, do you already have a prototype, or is it like a final product?
So currently what I've built is actually software and artificial intelligence model, but at a later stage it will be connected to the wearable device that people can wear on the daily basis.
Okay. So is this something like after this contest that you want to keep on pursuing and continuing?
Exactly.
All right, and how long has this already taken you, like I would say the beginning of this project?
So I've started working on this project from summer, so around 6 months I would say, yeah.
Was this like difficult? Did you have like some moments where you thought like there would be no solution, or was it like a smooth path?
I mean, like, definitely it wasn't the smoothest path possible, because it's pretty difficult to go just from a model and to the working prototype straight away. But through the help of internet and some AI tools as well, I managed to solve these issues.
Okay. And this is your first year participating in the contest?
Yes.
Are you anxious? Are you excited?
Excited.
Yeah? Okay. Well, you should be, because this looks very, very promising, and I wish you the best of luck, because I think a lot of people would be very happy to have this final product.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we're going to move to a project with Draken, aged 14, and also Yali, who is 14, at ISL. This is investigating the relationship between suspension line strength and parachute stability. Suspension line length, not strength. Strength also important for parachute stability. So it's investigating how the length of suspension lines affects the parachute stability by measuring how far the parachutes drift from a fixed target point. So it compared 30 centimeters, 45 centimeters, 75 centimeters to find optimal suspension lines and their lengths that is stable but also doesn't increase drag. So this is super exciting, very, very interesting as a concept, and I'm wondering if they have an affinity with parachutes.
I'm now here with Draken, who was here last year, and his friend Yali, who have done a study on strings and parachutes. Could you please tell me more?
Yeah, so our experiment is investigating the effect of suspension line length on parachute stability. So what we did was we made parachutes with different lengths of suspension lines, which are the lines that connect the actual canopy to the payload. and we dropped them from 5 meters above the target point. And then we measured how far the parachute dropped. And then we used that to make our data tables and just come up with our conclusion.
Now, what was the conclusion and how would this study help parachuters?
So we concluded that the longer length of suspension line, the more stable the parachute is, as it lands closer to where we intended it to drop. And this is very important as we can use this to transport food to places where there's limited access to it, and also to just make people more safe when dropping with parachutes.
Very interesting. Now, could you explain how exactly it's safer than the typical lines that are already used?
So our model is mimicking like an actual big parachute, and our tests change the lengths of the actual lines. So for the shorter lines, we concluded that although they landed farther from the actual target point, they were less wobbly when they were landing. So if you were to ever use parachutes and needed a suspension line length, shorter suspension lines are better for more fragile goods so that they don't wobble around more. But if you need more precise like landing points, then try to use longer suspension lines.
So for stability, shorter lines, and for precision, longer lines. Got it. Thank you, boys. We'll be moving to the next one.
And now we have one more team of 2 ladies, both aged just 12 from ISL. And then after this, we're going to take a little short break. So we've got Clotilde Terny and Berneris Basté, who is studying at ISL. They've looked into the Stroop effect, the mind versus the eye, when words and colors clash. Who is going to win? So the Stroop effect, that's a test that involves the person naming the color of the word, and that word might be written in a different color. So does your brain get confused? For example, green could be written in purple instead of green. And so you get very, very confused in your mind. So the purpose is to understand the capability and the speed of people to name the word color instead of what they read by analyzing the two together.
Hello, girls. Today I'm here with
Berenice. Clotty.
Do you guys want to tell me about this huge project we have in front of us and behind us?
Yes, it's Stroop effect. It's like a word, like a name of a color written in another color.
And what is the goal of this project?
To see if smaller kids will be faster or older kids transitioning from learning to read to reading to learn.
And how did you guys come up with this idea?
There's our science teacher, Ms. Jones. She gave us an application and we did a test on it to figure out what projects could be good for us and related to what we liked. And Stroop effect came up, but it was a different kind of Stroop effect. So we wanted to change the thing a bit, and that's how it came up.
So now if I see the word yellow written in red, this is something that you can test and make some research out of it? And what did you guys find out? What are the conclusions?
That older kids are faster than younger kids. We tested 8 to 11 years old, so the 11-year-olds were faster. The mother tongue 11-year-olds were 17 seconds, while the other ones were 20 seconds.
Okay, so there's a huge difference between the two. Okay, and when you guys did the test yourself with your teacher, was it something fun, or did you feel like it was an exam type of question?
It was fun. I mean, it was kind of both. It wasn't too fun. We knew it wasn't for fun, brief fun. It was for work, and yeah, for stuff.
And so, are you guys satisfied with how everything turned out?
Yes.
All right. Well, I wish you guys the best of luck with this. This looks very, very cool. Thank you.
And now we're going to take a short break. We're halfway through. We're going to look at the after movie from last year's wonderful competition. And then after that break, we'll come back with all of the other students whose projects you have not yet seen. But so far, it's been such a rich and such a diverse plethora of projects. And really, everybody can be very, very proud. So we're going to stretch our legs, have another cup of coffee, and we'll see you very, very soon.
Hello, my name is Susanna Young and I'm the director of the Fondation Jeunes Scientifique Luxembourg. Never before we have had so many participants, but also we have more young ladies participating in this competition, and this is a victory.
Du coup, aujourd'hui, on est arrivé tôt. We're in the process of preparing our booth, and we have photocopies of posters we're putting up.
Okay, so right now we're preparing our stand for the 54th Jonk Fuerscher contest.
Là, on est en train d'attendre que tous les candidats s'inscrivent et on a hâte de faire les interviews.
But it is important to stress that we must focus on the things that make us happy. Thank you. I'm just practicing on preparing our poster for the jury.
So I really enjoyed sharing my knowledge of CRISPR with the jury. I think it was a really exciting experience to talk about this controversial matter.
I'm a little bit excited, but also a bit stressed.
So now we have the meeting of the jury, the deliberation meeting, and so we are now preparing, doing the last preparations in order to be able to allocate the different projects to the prizes which are available.
Wild famous Schwandegag. Das, was wir noch machen, ist ein Workshop von Susanna Young, den als Jonk Fuerscher darauf vorbereitet wird, bei mir als Plakater auf internationalen wissenschaftlichen Kompetitionen machen wird, weil es nicht just auf Leben als Fuerscher vorbereitet wird, aber auch darauf für Lützeburg an internationale Kompetitionen zu vertreten.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 54th edition of this Luxembourgish contest for young scientists.
Our project is about how to find the optimum carbon tax in countries to make sure that the Bitcoin miners switch to renewable energies instead of fossil fuels.
So my project is about tiny robots merged together to form a huge system, and this system is really adaptable and flexible for any task.
So our project is about cultivating algae that absorb CO2 and then store that CO2 into biodegradable plastic.
So first of all, I want to give a shout out to my dad because he just made a joke earlier saying, "Oh, like if you don't win, don't come back home."
Hello, my name is Susanna Young and I'm the director of the Fondation Jeunes Scientifique Luxembourg. Never before we have had so many participants, but also we have more young ladies participating in this competition, and this is a victory.
Du coup, aujourd'hui, on est arrivé tôt. We're in the process of preparing our booth, and we have photocopies of posters we're putting up.
Okay, so right now we're preparing our stand for the 54th Jonk Fuerscher contest.
Là, on est en train d'attendre que tous les candidats s'inscrivent et on a hâte de faire les interviews.
But it is important to stress that we must focus on the things that make us happy. Thank you. I'm just practicing on preparing our poster for the jury.
So I really enjoyed sharing my knowledge of CRISPR with the jury. I think it was a really exciting experience to talk about this controversial matter.
I'm a little bit excited, but also a bit stressed.
So now we have the meeting of the jury, the deliberation meeting, and so we are now preparing, doing the last preparations in order to be able to allocate the different projects to the prizes which are available.
Bild für mich, Schwandegag. Das, was wir machen, ist ein Workshop von Susanna Young, den als Jonk Fuerscher darauf vorbereitet wird, bei mir als Plakate auf internationalen wissenschaftlichen Kompetitionen machen wird, weil es nicht just auf Leben als Fuerscher vorbereitet wird, aber auch darauf für Lützeburg an internationalen Kompetitionen zu vertreten.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 54th edition of this Luxembourgish contest for young scientists.
Our project is about how to find the optimum carbon tax in countries to make sure that the Bitcoin miners switch to renewable energies instead of fossil fuels.
So my project is about tiny robots that merge together to form a huge system, and this system is really adaptable and flexible for any task.
So our project is about cultivating algae that absorbs CO2 and then store that CO2 into biodegradable plastic.
So first of all, I want to give a shout out to my dad because he just made a joke earlier saying, "Oh, like if you don't win, don't come back home."
Hello, my name is Susanna Young and I'm the director of the Fondation Jeunes Scientifique Luxembourg. Never before we have had so many participants, but also we have more young ladies participating in this competition, and this is a victory.
Du coup, aujourd'hui, on est arrivé tôt. We're in the process of preparing our booth, and we have photocopies of
posters we're putting up.
Okay, so right now we're preparing our stand for the 54th Jonk Fuerscher contest.
Là, on est en train d'attendre que tous les candidats s'inscrivent et on a hâte de faire les interviews.
But it is important to stress that we must focus on the things that make us happy. Thank you. I'm just practicing on preparing our poster for the jury.
So I really enjoyed sharing my knowledge of CRISPR with the jury. I think it was a really exciting experience to talk about this controversial matter.
I'm a little bit excited, but also a bit stressed.
So now we have the meeting of the jury, the deliberation meeting, and so we are now preparing, doing the last preparations in order to be able to allocate the different projects to the prizes which are available.
Wild für mich, Schwandegag. Das, was wir machen, ist ein Workshop von Susanna Young, den als Jonk Fuerscher darauf vorbereitet wird, bei mir als Plakate auf internationalen wissenschaftlichen Kompetitionen machen wird, weil es nicht just auf Leben als Fuerscher vorbereitet wird, aber auch darauf für Lützeburg an internationalen Kompetitionen zu vertreten.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 54th edition of this Luxembourgish contest for young scientists.
Our project is about how to find the optimum carbon tax in countries to make sure that the Bitcoin miners switch to renewable energies instead of fossil fuels.
So my project is about tiny robots that merge together to form a huge system, and this system is really adaptable and flexible for any task.
So our project is about cultivating algae that absorb CO2 and then store that CO2 into biodegradable plastic.
So first of all, I want to give a shout out to my dad because he just made a joke earlier saying, "Oh, like if you don't win, don't come back home."
Hello, my name is Susanna Young and I'm the director of the Fondation Jeunes Scientifique Luxembourg. Never before we have had so many participants, but also we have more young ladies participating in this competition, and this is a victory.
Du coup, aujourd'hui, on est arrivé tôt. We're in the process of preparing our booth, and we have photocopies of posters we're putting up.
Okay, so right now we're preparing our stand for the 54th Jonk Fuerscher contest.
Là, on est en train d'attendre que tous les candidats s'inscrivent et on a hâte de faire les interviews.
But it is important to stress that we must focus on the things that make us happy. Thank you. I'm just practicing on preparing our poster for the jury.
So I really enjoyed sharing my knowledge of CRISPR with the jury. I think it was a really exciting experience to talk about this controversial matter.
I'm a little bit excited, but also a bit stressed.
So now we have the meeting of the jury, the deliberation meeting, and so we are now preparing, doing the last preparations in order to be able to allocate the different projects to the prices which are available.
Bildfilmisch Schwandegag. Das, was wir machen, ist ein Workshop von Susanna Young, den als Jonk Fuerscher darauf vorbereitet wird, bei mir als Plakater auf internationalen wissenschaftlichen Kompetitionen machen wird, weil es nicht just auf Leben als Fischer vorbereitet wird, aber auch darauf für Lützeburg an internationale Kompetitionen zu vertreten.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 54th edition of this Luxembourgish contest for young scientists.
Our project is about how to find the optimum carbon tax in countries to make sure that the Bitcoin miners switch to renewable energies instead of fossil fuels.
So my project is about tiny robots merged together to form a huge system, and this system is really adaptable and flexible for any task.
So our project is about cultivating algae that absorb CO2 and then store that CO2 into biodegradable plastic.
So first of all, I want to give a shout out to my dad because he just made a joke earlier saying, oh, like if you don't win, don't come back home.
Hello, my name is Susanna Young and I'm the director of the Fondation Jeunes Scientifique Luxembourg. Never before we have had so many participants, but also we have more young ladies participating in this competition, and this is a victory.
Du coup, aujourd'hui, on est arrivé tôt.
We're in the process of preparing our booth, and we have photocopies of posters we're putting up.
Okay, so right now we're preparing our stand for the 54th Jonk Fuerscher contest.
Là, on est en train d'attendre que tous les candidats s'inscrivent et on a hâte de faire les interviews.
But it is important to stress that we must focus on the things that make us happy. Thank you. I'm just practicing on preparing our poster for the jury.
So I really enjoyed sharing my knowledge of CRISPR with the jury. I think it was a really exciting experience to talk about this controversial matter.
I'm a little bit excited, but also a bit stressed.
So now we have the meeting of the jury, the deliberation meeting, and so we are now preparing, doing the last preparations in order to be able to allocate the different projects to the prices which are available.
Bildfilmisch Schwandegag. Das, was wir machen, ist ein Workshop von Susanna Young, den als Jonk Fuerscher darauf vorbereitet wird, bei mir als Plakater auf internationalen wissenschaftlichen Kompetitionen machen wird, weil es nicht just auf Leben als Fischer vorbereitet wird, aber auch darauf für Lützeburg an internationale Kompetitionen zu vertreten.
gentlemen, welcome to the 54th edition of this Luxembourgish contest for young scientists.
Our project is about how to find the optimum carbon tax in countries to make sure that the Bitcoin miners switch to renewable energies instead of fossil fuels.
So my project is about tiny robots that merge together to form a huge system, and this system is really adaptable and flexible for any task.
So our project is about cultivating algae that absorbs CO2 and then store that CO2 into biodegradable plastic.
So first of all, I want to give a shout out to my dad because he just made a joke earlier saying, oh, like if you don't win, don't come back home.
Hello and welcome back everybody to the Jonk Fuerscher competition here in Geesseknäppchen in Luxembourg. It's such a delight to have so many projects downstairs, so many students here at the schools around us in Geesseknäppchen and right across the country of Luxembourg. And of course we have their proud parents, teachers, a wonderful set of judges, 24 judges, and the terrific Jonk Fuerscher team. Now we're going to move on to our next project. Fiona and Jayana, both 15 years old. They're students at École Internationale des Fordanges and also Athénée de Luxembourg, just here on the site. They have looked into a theoretical inhaler-based solution for NSCLC adenocarcinoma through the comparison of healthy and malignant cells, inhalable targeted therapy for NSCLC adenocarcinoma, a feasibility analysis exploiting cellular and molecular vulnerabilities. So over to our wonderful roving reporters that are Lenny and Sonia downstairs.
I am now here with Fiona and Gianni. Gianni is here for a second time, and they are doing a project on NSCLC adenocarcinoma. What exactly is this?
It's a specific type of a lung cancer. It's a subtype, and it's a subtype of NSCLC, and it's 40% of the NSCLC cancer range.
Now, your study here, how could this help with this cancer?
You go ahead. We're researching inhalable target therapy, which means instead of chemotherapy, it's through the use of inhalers, which is easier, more portable method of treating cancer.
And how exactly does this inhaling method work? How does it treat the cancer?
So basically what we do is we compare healthy cells to cancer cells, and with the differences we find drugs, which we then put into the inhalers. And yep, that is the simplistic version of our project.
And these drugs that are used, are they the same using chemotherapy, or are they a healthier substitution?
They're the same used in systemic injection. So when you inject your drug treatment, chemotherapy, yes, we do have certain drugs from chemotherapy. So it's sort of like we pick the best drugs from every treatment and we merge them into one. And in order for them to not mix up, we have something called nanoparticles, which sort of like store the drugs and carry them into the lungs.
Well, very interesting, also very useful to society. Good luck, girls.
Thank you.
No problem.
Now moving on to Roseanne Brassington, who is a 15-year-old student at ISL, and she's looked into the study of the effect of cognitive behavioral therapy, CBT, and non-CBT strategies on perceived stress levels on teenagers. So this tested the effectiveness of CBT, cognitive behavioral therapy, stress relief activities, and non-CBT activities on the self-perceived stress levels of G9 students at ISL. So they all took a survey, and I think Roseanne is going to tell us the results of this.
Hi, do you want to start off by introducing yourself?
Yeah, hi, I'm Roseanne and I go to the International School of Luxembourg.
And you want to tell me about your project for this competition?
Yes, so I'm researching the effects of CBT stress relief strategies on grade 9 students at my school to test whether they are more or less effective than non-CBT strategies for stress relief.
And how did you come up with this complex idea?
Well, it's something that I've always been very passionate about, especially with my own experiences in school and seeing some of my friends struggle with roughly the same problems as well. And it's just, I really want schools to be pretty low stress environments for students who are there all the time. And
okay, very, very thoughtful of you. And how long have you been taking for all of this research?
I'm not sure when I started, but actually, no, I started in the summer creating the idea. And when school started again, I talked to some teachers and I got the proper plan all set up. So it's been going for a while.
And is this something that you plan to continue in the future, or is this your final thing for this competition?
No, I'm definitely going to do more research. I plan to do it on a bigger scale and see if there's anything else I can do in this topic.
All right, thank you very, very much. I wish you the best of luck with this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we're moving on to Alexander Karis and Mo Zhu, both just 13 at ISL, and they've looked into how does the mass of a rocket affect the distance it travels. So mass and distance, they're always interrelated. The research question is how the mass affects the distance between a rocket and how far it can travel. They hypothesized that the empire mass we add to a rocket lessens the distance. So, well, this is a very, very standard physics mathematical question, and so lovely to have it when it always relates to space, which is a burgeoning field for all of the young people today.
I'm now here with Alex and Mo, who have done a research on rocket power. Is that correct?
Yes. We're investigating the mass of the rocket and the relation of the distance that it can travel.
And what piqued your interest into doing such a project?
Well, our interests are piqued because we both like astronomy, and we both wanted to do stuff on rockets. So we decided to call it a truce because we both wanted to do a different project, one with mass and one with also mass, but on a different with like a airplane. So we decided to do a rocket.
So topic might be a bit basic, but it's a solid one.
Okay. And what has your research, what results did you guys find?
So we found that the more mass that you have, the less distance the rocket will travel. And the less mass that you have, the more distance it will travel.
Inverse correlation.
So currently, rockets are made of a certain material. How could you make these rockets lighter? Did you discover that through your research or not yet?
Yes. So rockets use multi-stage systems where the fuel tanks burn, like there's no fuel left, then they drop, and making the rocket lighter and go faster.
Very interesting, boys. I congratulate you and good luck with the jury.
Thank you.
And now we're going to go on. Now we have a project with an 11-year-old, just 11, one of our youngest competitors. And he is a student at École Fondamentale in Gaston Diderich. It's Michael Medvedev, and he is going to talk about intelligent temperatures with data visualization. So it's an engineering project, electronics, applied sciences project as well. And again, as Susanna laid out at the beginning, it seems that we have a skew towards the more science, computer science, engineering projects to be slightly more male, and perhaps the more environmental health sciences to be skewed slightly more female. Nonetheless, it's a super project, and I would very much like to know more about Michael Medvedev's project. Just 11 years old, and it is on intelligent temperatures with data visualization.
Moi, en houdt in de schmam?
Micha.
Michael, kannst du mal ein bisschen über dein Projekt erzählen?
Ja, also das ist ein Smart Temperature Sensor Meter, also wird das geschrieben, kabelloser, intelligenter Multisensor. Es kann Temperatur, Luftfeuchtigkeit und Bodenfeuchtigkeit messen. Und ja.
Und wie bist du auf die Idee gekommen?
Also die Idee... Also ich hatte ein Kehr einen Apfel gegessen und an 6 Jahren, wenn ich Apfel gegessen, die waren mehr lecker als... Also, ja.
Okay.
Und ich hatte nicht verstanden, wieso. Also, und ich hatte gegoogelt und ich hatte gesehen, dass nicht ganz, dass Temperatur und so etwas nicht geguckt sind und nicht verändert zu gehen. Also, ja, die sie schlecht gegangen gehen.
Und wie lange hast du gebraucht für all die Recherchen zu machen? Wie lange warst du schon am Gang mit dem Projekt?
Also, irgendwo innerhalb Monat, ja.
Aber bist du schon zufrieden oder ist das etwas, was du nach dieser Kompetition von Jonk Fuerscher noch weiter willst machen?
Ja, kann Sinn. Also ich gehe nach den Micro-SD-Karte Micro-SD machen. Also das hier geht Data Storage. Ja. Es geht Information saven. Für verstehen. Das Schlafen, ich muss ja natürlich wissen, welche Temperatur während, wenn ich geschlafen hat. Und schauen dann ist die Karte und gucken. Und ja.
Okay. Na, perfekt. Ich wünsche dir dann ganz, ganz viel Glück mit dem Projekt und ja, kein Stress.
Merci.
Merci.
Now the next question is a super interesting one. It's certainly something that we can all relate to. Why should we not ingest food touched by flies? It's about everyday existence, and the flies are reappearing now that we've had a little bit of sunshine in Luxembourg. This is a project from 2 young students, Mathilde Bouvier de la Fuente and Netra Pravi-Kumanar, who are just 11 and 12 years old from Lycée Michel Lucius. They've really investigated this, and I wonder why they've thought about it. Have they had experience of it, and have they been told or automatically thought themselves, I shouldn't eat this? And so why should we not ingest food that flies have landed on?
I am now with Nefra and Mathilde, who have done a study on why not to eat food touched by flies. Could you please tell me more?
So we've noticed that food touched by flies can be a very dangerous situation, as many bacteria are transmitted by flies.
Now, how did you go about your study? Did you study actual flies or just use research?
We used flies. We bought the flies from a scientific website, and we had to use them while they were dead, or else it would have been really hard to test them on our agar.
And what did your research show? How did you go about doing it?
It showed a lot of E. coli growing on the bacterial dishes, and it just seemed very dangerous because a high concentration of E. coli can be very dangerous for people.
Now, these were lab-grown flies. I imagine wild flies are even more bacteria-ridden.
Yes, of course. Next, like future tests, we could actually focus on this, and we would love to try with different types of flies. In this case, we obviously use fruit flies. They were the ones most available, but it would be very interesting to find out what bacteria grow on wild flies.
Well, flies are already annoying enough. I guess with your study, they are now even more so. Congratulations, girls, and I wish you good luck.
We have Pierre now, Pierre Sauvrin, 17 years old from Lycée Bourbon, and he has looked into the study of a survey to explore the psychological mechanisms of trust online, aiming to take the mechanisms into account to develop a matching algorithm to implement into an app that he's currently working on that proposes a community-driven alternative to traditional pet sitting and boarding, so matching algorithm, design and trust biases online.
Aujourd'hui, je suis avec Pierre. Pierre, est-ce que tu veux me raconter un peu plus sur ton projet?
Oui, alors en fait, j'ai voulu développer une application qui mette en relation des personnes qui partent pendant les vacances et qui ont des animaux de compagnie, mais qui ne peuvent donc pas s'en occuper, avec des personnes qui restent ici au Luxembourg et qui pourraient s'en occuper à leur place. Alors vous me direz, c'est pas révolutionnaire, je sais, il y a déjà des applications qui proposent ça, mais là où je me démarque, c'est que moi, c'est complètement communautaire. Ça veut dire que je prends aucun profit dessus et le but, c'est vraiment juste de lutter de la manière la plus pure contre les abandons. Là, par exemple, je te dis qu'il y a 300 000 animaux qui sont abandonnés chaque année et rien qu'un tiers pendant les vacances. Donc ça montre à nouveau que c'est un sérieux problème à prendre en compte. Et quand j'étais en train de développer cette application avec l'aide de l'IA, il y a eu un problème. Comment est-ce que moi, ou mon application, pouvait donner assez confiance à un utilisateur pour qu'il laisse son animal de compagnie à quelqu'un dont il ne sait rien et qu'il a juste rencontré en ville, sur l'application. Et donc, pour répondre à ce problème-là, j'ai développé un algorithme, donc vous voyez la formule juste ici, qui associe un score avec des coefficients à chaque poste. Donc par exemple, un poste, c'est soit une demande de garde, soit une offre de garde, pour en fait maximiser la probabilité que deux personnes se mettent d'accord pour une même annonce et pour pouvoir garder un animal de compagnie et que du coup, il ne soit pas abandonné.
Moi, j'ai un chat à la maison, donc je trouve ça très bien d'avoir un truc comme ça. Et est-ce que toi-même, tu as des animaux de compagnie ou comment ça se fait que tu aies pensé à cette idée-là?
Justement, c'est parti de ça. En fait, j'ai un chat chez moi aussi. Donc, toutes les vacances, c'était galère de trouver un hôtel pour chat. C'était souvent loin, ça coûte cher. Ou même les amis, ils ne sont pas tout le temps là. Donc voilà, avoir vraiment quelque chose qui regroupe toutes les personnes qui sont capables de s'en occuper, je trouvais que c'était pas mal et que ça enlevait pas mal de la tâche de travail qui est associée à tout ça.
Bon, j'espère pour nos chats que ça va bien évoluer et je te souhaite très bonne chance avec ce projet.
Merci beaucoup.
Merci.
Now, do you know what special relativity is? I know that we all learned it at school in our physics lessons, but not everybody got to grips with really what is special relativity. And we have now somebody called Kende Berka, 18-year-old male student at École Internationale Anne Beaufort in Mersch, and he has an introduction to special relativity to make it friendly, to make it intuitive to us who have never loved or possibly never even loved physics before or learned it at school. So here we go. We have an opportunity to all fall in love with special relativity.
Now with Kende, who has done a study on special relativity. Could you please develop?
Yes, I am Kende Berka. I'm originally from Hungary, and I decided to choose this project for when I was small. I couldn't really understand physics. I was actually a bad physics student, and I wanted it to be more accessible for people who are also were like that.
And so what does your study show us? What is the aim goal here?
My aim goal is for this higher level physics to be more accessible for others.
And what exactly did you do with your study?
It's not actually a study, it's more like an explanation. I showed how special relativity evolved throughout the years. I gave some interesting fun facts and explained how it works, and some demonstrations on how the space in space looks like.
And what would your demonstration show?
So here is the Möbius strip. It is just a loop, but it has a twist on it. If you cut it in half, it's actually going to look weird. Actually, not cut. You can't cut it in half. Yeah. It is going to be like an 8. Yeah. If you cut it in 3/4, it is going to have an 8 shape and also another loop around it. So that's what basically I've done for demonstrations.
Very interesting. Thank you, Kende, and good luck.
Now we're moving to a couple of students who are coming back to Luxembourg, age 2021. We've got Ben Bies, 20-year-old, and Christoph Meyers, 21-year-old. And they're studying at the moment in the Eidgenössische Technische Hochschule in Zurich. Apologies for my mispronunciation there, and the Karlsruhe Institute of Technology as well. So they've looked into thrust vector control system and flight stabilization for model rockets. So again, they're probably learning about this at university, bringing back this knowledge to Luxembourg in a project co-designed between them, friends, and also working at 2 different institutions in Zurich and in Karlsruhe. So the project is about building a thrust vector controlled model rocket, including various tasks like designing the rocket in CAD, simulating the rocket in MATLAB Simulink to tune the controller, designing custom flight computers, coding, and actually building it also. So an awful lot of work here, and again, very, very timely in our modern day situation.
Hi, today I am with
Ben. Christoph.
Can you guys tell me a little bit about this project of yours?
Yes, so we built a thrust vector controlled rocket, and the main goal is to stabilize the rocket at a 90-degree angle. So what we did is we gimbaled the motor, so in case, Christoph can show you, in case the rocket deviates a bit from its vertical position, the motor can gimbal and correct this deviation. And there's a whole flight computer behind it. You can see maybe on the table, I don't know if you see it. And there we do some sensor fusion, and also we have some algorithms that calculate which angle does the motor have to move to correct which position. Yes, that's all.
This sounds like a lot of math, a lot of physics, a lot of knowledge. How long did this take for you guys to come up with?
It was one of the original ideas we had like 5 years ago. How long it took? 6 months. It was quite a lot of work.
I mean, we study at university, so we couldn't work all the time at this project, but in total it were like 6 months, yeah.
And is this something that you plan on working on after the competition as well, or is this like over?
Yeah. I surely want to go in aerospace or something like that. Yeah.
And are you guys in like the same class, working on the same thing, or how did you find this duo?
This is not the first project we did together. This is also not the first rocket we did together. And yeah, it's just one other project we will probably do along the way.
Yeah, we were in class in high school, but now we're in different universities. So it's from there where we know us.
All right, well, I wish you guys the best of luck with your rockets.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And so nice that they work together at school and they've continued that journey, working together and developing a future that will take them into space and space engineering, no doubt as well. We have Leo Gonzalez Cato next, 14 years old from Lycée Michel Lucius. And this is a project entitled From Dinosaurs to Birds, an AI approach to measuring evolutionary similarity. The project explores the relationship between dinosaurs and birds with the help of AI. So by finding the closest living relatives to dinosaurs, we can decipher, perhaps, dinosaur behavior.
I now find myself with Leo, who has done a study on bird and dinosaurs, how to approach the species with AI. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So how exactly did you go about your study?
Sorry?
How exactly did you go about your study? How did you process all of this?
So I've always really liked dinosaurs since I was really young, and about AI is a really trending topic right now, so I thought if I might combine them both, something I really like and something people are really interested in right now, I might land on a project that might be quite successful.
And how does your project work? What were your results? How did your research go?
So my project is about trying to decipher the behavior of two dinosaurs, Archaeopteryx and Velociraptor. For that, I tried to find the two birds for each one bird for each one. That was the closest. For that, I took 4 skeletal ratios that are equivalent for the dinosaur and for the bird. I took a massive data set full of bird measurements, and I input it in my Google Colab machine learning model, which made a Gaussian bell curve for each bird species and told me the probability of the dinosaur skeletal ratio to be the same as a specimen of the bird species. The birds with the highest probability showed up, and my results suggest that Archaeopteryx was an insectivore that lived in the trees and didn't fly long distances. And Velociraptor was a dinosaur that ate small animals and had a strong snout.
Very interesting. Final question, did you make this animation yourself?
Yes, I did make it. I actually made it this week.
Very impressive. Good luck to you.
Now we have Alicia, Stepien, Ellie, and Ayana. They're all 16. They're from Lycée Michel Lucius, and they have got a project entitled The Awareness of Stroke Symptoms and Factors. So, this is a report on the general awareness for middle-aged adults, 35 to 45, about stroke symptoms, risk awareness and emergency responses. They used the survey, gathered quantitative data, they analysed the data, and there are certain poor responses because not all of us are aware of stroke symptoms and what we should do if we're not educated enough to know what we should do if that happens to us in our lives or happens to friends and family members around us. So they have built this awareness system on stroke and the symptoms, the factors around that, and how we can help ourselves. So Alicia, Ellie, and Ayana, tell us more.
Hi, who am I here with today?
Ellie, Alicia, Ayana.
Okay, and do you girls want to tell me a little bit about this project behind us?
So basically, we were researching about the brain because we were really fascinated with neurology and stuff, and we want to do medicine in the future. So we wanted our project to show that, and we were researching diseases and illnesses in the brain, and we came across strokes and how people had little awareness about strokes and how it affects 1 in 4 people. So yeah.
1 in 4 people. Okay, I did not know that. See, learning new things every day. And the 3 of you guys, how did you come up with this mutual idea? Are you in the same class, or was a mutual interest?
Yeah, we're all in the same class, so we're all in classmates. Well, with Ayana now 2 years, and with Ellie 5 years. So, and we all know kind of each other's interests. And I mean, I wasn't really as interested in this topic, but I didn't know what else to do, so I just decided.
And is this you guys' first year participating?
Yeah. This is the first year.
Okay. And how do you feel about it? Are you like confident about your project? Do you feel like it's something that you will keep on doing after the competition? Or are you like, did you have your conclusion, you're done?
Yes, definitely would love to continue it, especially with like social awareness. It's like a major like issue. Like for example, we talk about heart attacks in the schools, and we have a lot of information about that in the movies and everything, but we're not talking about strokes that much, you know. And it's really like a popular like thing that's going along, and then we need to like talk more about it.
It's very, very important to spread awareness. I think this is a beautiful resolution you guys have, and I wish you the best of luck with your project. Thank you.
Now we have 3 students from Athénée de Luxembourg, Rodrigo, Shaheen and Yijit, and they are aged 17 and 18, and they have Aura, a bracelet for skin protection through cancer and UV detection. Aura is a wearable 3D printed bracelet designed for both UV protection and early skin cancer detection. It's integrating real-time UV monitoring, electrical impedance spectroscopy, EIS, based lesion assessment and AI-powered mole classification in a compact offline device. So it's super, super clever. Again, the use of AI has really spread and thrown about a lot of these projects. So I am very interested to hear about this electronics engineering project with Rodrigo, Shaheen and Ijit.
Rodrigo, Yeet and Shaheen, who were here last year and presented the same project. Boys, how have you improved it?
So last year it was only a UV detection bracelet, but this year we wanted to make something more impactful that has the potential to save lives actually, so we added a skin cancer detection part.
How does this detection work? How did you go about improving the bracelet?
So basically we added 2 different branches of cancer detection. One with an AI model that we trained over 10,000 medical images that can take a picture of the mole in your skin and classify it as benign or malignant. And the other one is called EIS, which is electrical impedance spectroscopy. We have 2 electrodes on the bracelet that we connect to the skin, and we basically send in an electrical current and retrieve it back to look at its resistance. Because if you have cancer, the electrical signal will not go through as much because there's excess water and infection.
Now, last year it was only about the UV. How did you go from UV to cancer detection? What pushed you into this direction?
So we looked at like a lot of cancer statistics. For instance, you see this number here. This is how many people have died from skin cancer since the start of Jonk Fuerscher. And every 4 minutes it increases by 1. So we decided that we wanted to change this and help people prevent and detect skin cancer.
Now, I asked you this question last year. How do you think you'll be able to market your bracelet?
I mean, right now, most important is to make something that is more wearable, that is more ergonomic, because this is still quite big for a bracelet. And then maybe to hopefully improve the skin cancer detection part and try to advertise it as much as we can.
Well, congratulations, boys. This was the Aura team for you. We will see if they are back next year.
Now we're moving to 3 ladies from Lycée Vauban de Luxembourg. We've got Madeleine, Leora and Eloise, and they have looked into natural antioxidants compared to chemicals. We wanted to test the efficacy of products' antioxidants in commercial use compared to antioxidants that present naturally, and again through food or vitamins. So this is another theme that we've seen through some of the projects where people are looking into what are natural chemicals and what are chemicals that are put into products. So again, for instance, they looked at the antioxidants in the form of creams such as Aven and natural ones such as vitamin C or green tea in many different forms. So tell us, ladies, what have you found about natural occurring antioxidants in green teas or vitamin C compared to the ones that are put into our creams such as Aven hand cream?
Hi, do you guys want to start off by introducing yourselves?
Hello, I'm Leora.
I'm Eloise.
Hello, I'm Madeleine.
Okay, do you guys want to tell me just a little bit about this project of yours?
Yeah, so we were actually interested because I think recently we've seen it a lot in social media about people talk about anti-aging and stuff like that. And it's like, wow, guys, we want to use these creams to maybe like look younger. And a word that comes up really, I feel like a lot is antioxidants. And we wanted to test how effective they are and how they compare to actually bio antioxidants from creams that we would make ourselves from bio ingredients. That's basically the whole
concept. Okay, no, true. A lot of people love to use those creams. Even I myself, sometimes I'm like, you know, I tend to go for the anti-aging, whatever. So what did you guys conclude? Like, does it actually help? Is it a scam? Tell me.
I would say it's about working a part scam because they charge you with a very high price for a lot of cream, and the conclusion we made is that natural antioxidant that you can find in everyday life, such as green tea, lemon or vitamin C, for example, they work as good as the cream they sell in the market. So
all right, good to know. Natural products. So I rather like eat an orange instead of like buying this expensive cream. Okay. And how did you come up with like this topic? Why did you guys, like the three of you guys, want to work on this specifically out of all the scientific topics? Was it like random or?
I think it was me who I wanted to talk about the subject because I know my mother used a lot these creams, and I was wondering why is she using those creams? They are so expensive, and actually she doesn't need those creams. So I was like, why did she fall for this? Not this scam, but kind of. So I tried to present this to the girls, and they say yes.
You guys like the idea? Yeah, okay. Yeah. No, I think a lot of mothers would love this this presentation. Even my own mother, I'm going to go home and tell her this. That way she doesn't have to spend extra money on those things. And no, it's I think a lot of people would be grateful to know that. So I think this is a very great explanation. And yeah.
And funnily enough, we actually did a cream that, like, based on all of your things, where we used some only bio ingredients, hopefully, as well as so we infused green tea, which we found like has a lot of antioxidants, into coconut oil, which also has a bunch of antioxidants, and we just created a cream. So,
all right. So maybe later you guys will be cosmeticians and create like this crazy revolutionary cream. Yeah. Okay. Well, I wish you guys the best of luck with the project.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And now I think we're moving on to another three ladies, also from Lycée Vauban. This time it's Léa, Charlotte, and Leo. Sorry, Leo is not female, so two ladies and one male. And it's called How Does Climate Change Impact Plant Growth? So they've looked into climate change-like conditions and plant growth in Mediterranean environments, such as Rome. I wonder if they actually went to Rome to look into this. So higher temperatures initially accelerated germination and early growth. The combination of heat and drought caused strong physiological stress and actually led to plant decline due to water limitations. So I would love to know, Léa, Charlotte and Leo from Lycée Vauban, did you take this experiment to Rome?
Je suis maintenant avec Charlotte, Léa et Léo qui ont fait une recherche sur le changement du climat et les plantes. Pouvez-vous m'expliquer plus, s'il vous plaît?
On a mis des plantes dans deux boîtes différentes, une qui représentait le futur et l'autre les conditions maintenant. Et on a essayé de voir quel était l'impact du manque d'eau et de la chaleur sur ces plantes, si elles poussaient plus vite ou moins vite, et aussi comment elles se développaient.
Comment avez-vous simulé le futur? Avec quel genre de prédiction est-ce que vous avez fait cela?
On a choisi des prédictions scientifiques, comme par exemple, je ne les ai plus en tête, mais on avait choisi les conditions méditerranéennes de Rome, qui prédisaient des augmentations de température, par exemple de 5 degrés. Pour l'année 2100.
Et quelles plantes est-ce que vous avez utilisées? Parce que forcément, le climat, certaines plantes s'y adaptent et sont affectées différemment. Quelle plante a été utilisée pour votre recherche et quelle est la précision de ces plantes?
On a utilisé des radis, des lentilles et des salades parce que c'était des plantes qui grandissaient plus rapidement et qu'on peut trouver partout dans le monde. Et en fait, les plantes, oui, elles changent, mais les mutations, on sait que c'est aléatoire. Donc ça prend en général plusieurs centaines d'années pour que le changement il soit vraiment visible et pour que les plantes puissent s'adapter réellement à un nouveau climat.
Et dernière question, pourquoi cet intérêt avec... pourquoi choisir ce sujet?
Parce que quand on regarde les données, nous on s'est basé sur les données de l'IPCC, donc une recherche qui a déterminé que depuis le moment où on a commencé avec l'industrie, le climat moyen de la Terre a augmenté de 1,1 et ça a déjà eu vraiment beaucoup d'impact sur la Terre en général, et donc on voulait se demander sur nous, pour l'industrie agroalimentaire, qu'est-ce qui allait se passer plus tard à cause du climat.
Très bien, bravo à vous et bon courage.
And now we're moving to Gabriel, who is 17 at the International School of Luxembourg, and the project is entitled Reconstructing Balanced Bracket Sequences under Different Query Models. So this one again requires us to just take a deep dive and start thinking. The paper studies how to reconstruct an unknown balanced bracket sequence of 2K length when you're allowed to ask 2 query models motivated by the ITYM research problem. So Gabriel has developed strategies to establish upper and lower bounds and support the results with rigorous proofs and explicit computations. So Gabriel, tell us more.
Hi, do you want to tell me a little bit about your project?
Sure. So my project is on reconstructing balanced bracket sequences based on different queries that I came up with.
Okay. And how did you come up with this exact topic idea?
So I found it in a math research competition and for the first query, and I really liked the idea, but nobody got a solution, so I decided to set out on my own and get a solution.
Okay. And so did you find this famous solution?
Yes, I did.
And so you were talking about another competition. Are competitions something you're like familiar with? Are you feeling anxious? How do you feel?
So I think math competitions and Olympiads I am absolutely very familiar with. I love doing math Olympiads and problems. So yeah.
And so today, how are you feeling today about this Jonk Fuerscher science competition? So it's still, math is of course scientific, but does it feel different? Are you still as confident?
Well, my project is definitely a lot more theoretic than the others. But apart from that, I think I'm still confident.
Yeah, of course you should be. I think the jury's going to like it a lot. I love math personally, even though I don't understand much of what is going on here. But how long did this take you?
So I started working on it for, I think, 6 months. And I just worked on it for a period of 6 months. And yeah.
And is this something that you plan on working on after the competition as well? Or are you pretty much done with everything you wanted to do?
I think I'm done with what I set out to do, but there's definitely a lot more further research that I could go into. So I think I might definitely work a bit more on this.
All right, well, I wish you the best of luck in the future and for today. And thank you.
Thank you.
Now we're going to move upwards into the world of space once more with a project designed by Eldar Sabotic, 18-year-old studying at Lycée Edward Steichen in Clairvaux. And this is called CAVEX, a Martian Cave Lava Tubes Exploration Rover. So CAVEX is a remotely operated rover designed to explore and analyze Martian caves, the lava tubes, specifically in those environments, collecting environmental data, and that would also include temperature, humidity, pressure, and infrared imagery to assess underground habitability. The system enables real-time control and live data transmission on a web browser. So Eldar is looking into space and is thinking about exploration on Mars.
I am now here with Eldar, who has a very intriguing piece of machinery in front of me. Could you please tell me about it?
Yeah, so the name is CAVEX, and it is a Martian cave exploration rover designed to discover the environmental data in lava tubes and answer the question whether or not we could colonize lava tubes.
Now, this is a lot of sci-fi, Mars exploration, exploring space and everything. How did your interest for this come up?
I mean, I've watched Interstellar and The Martian, and I immediately fell in love with the topic, and also I have a great passion for mechanical and aerospace engineering. So yeah, that's it.
Now, like I said, this looks very intricate. How did you go about building this? What piqued your, how did you go around it, your ideas and everything? The machinery looks very intriguing, so how did you go about it?
Yeah, so it took around 10 months to build this rover. I designed it completely from scratch using Fusion 360. The 3D model was entirely designed first, and then I used my two 3D printers to measure the tolerances and connect all those pieces together.
Now, obviously, this model here couldn't go on Mars, so what would be what materials would be needed to send an actual rover onto Mars?
So, of course, this is a concept design. So, I would use aerospace-graded aluminum and also carbon fiber primarily. And it would also be necessary to integrate autonomous navigation, because for now, it's only remote control.
Very interesting. This is one of the best products I've seen. Congratulations, and I wish you good luck. No problem.
Now we're going to move to 3 students from the European School in Luxembourg 2. We have Anastas, who is 16, Benedict, also 16, and Putuvan. They're all 16 years old, and they have a project entitled Biofuel Synthesis from Cardboard. So they've investigated the feasibility of using 2 different types of cardboard as a more environmentally sustainable fuel source. The goal they had was to transform cardboard into glucose, and that can then be fermented into ethanol. So the process began with enzymatic hydrolysis of cardboard. The enzyme cellulose broke down the cellulose fibers into monosaccharide glucose, and then once the hydrolysis was completed, yeasts and other bacteria functioned as fermenting agents producing ethanol. So this is a really interesting title, Biofuel Synthesis from Cardboard.
Hi, do you guys want to start off by introducing yourselves?
Hello, my name is Tawan Weber. I'm Anastas Gerganov.
And I'm Benedict Sloboda.
Okay. And do you guys want to start off by introducing me to your project?
Well, really what we wanted to do is we wanted to convert the cellulose in cardboard into glucose, and then that glucose into ethanol. And this could potentially help European energy security and help us become more independent overall and resistant to foreign aggressors, let's say.
And did you guys already see the jury? Did they already come by? How do you feel about it?
Well, it was interesting to see someone else's perspective on our experiments and just to see the feedback in general.
And so, since it's like the 3 of you guys working on it, how was the work distribution? Did you guys all work on the same thing, or everyone kind of had their, their doing?
Everyone had their own part. I think it was split up equally, so, I mean, yeah.
So the teamwork was good. You guys are content with it? Okay. And how long have you been working on it?
Well, we've worked on it ever since the school year started, and yeah, it took a long time to get this started. I think we did 8 experiments overall, so it was a lot of effort on our side.
And what part of this project do you believe, the most difficult one to tackle?
Probably managing to get increase the glucose yields as much as possible.
I do this is a lot of bio, right? Like biology. Is this your favorite science section, or why did you decide to go for bio?
Well, in general, I was just interested in enzymes because they're difficult to work with. So I just wanted to perform an experiment with them, and I found that this was the best way to do it.
Well, thank you guys very much for your time, and yeah, best of luck with your project. Thank you.
No problem.
Now we have Robert. He's only 12 years old, and he's from Lycée Michel Lucius. His project is entitled Starch, Bioplastic Production and Bioplastics Overview. So again, we have a theme through a few of these projects where people are looking into plastics in our society. It seems that young people today are very aware that plastics in general do not degrade quickly in our environment, and they're looking and exploring different alternatives. So Robert has looked into showing the harm of synthetic plastics on the environment and presenting a few alternatives, demonstrating an alternative through an experiment. And he's also made a table comparison of the different plastics so that we can make our own assessment of what we should be using when we have a choice to use an alternative.
We are now here with Robert, who has done a project on bioplastics, right? Could you please explain more?
So my project focuses on finding a suitable alternative for synthetic plastics, and as you can see here and there, I've made a few examples of bioplastic at home. This is gelatin based, so it's made using gelatin, water and glycerin, and this is starch based, and it's made using cornstarch, water and glycerin.
Now, we all know how damaging plastic is to the society. How would you go about mass producing these two things?
So for gelatin, mass producing wouldn't be that good because gelatin is made from animal collagen, and you need to kill a lot of animals to be able to mass produce this. And with starch, it has higher mass production potential, you could say, but still the cornstarch will still be in competition with food crops, so probably still not the best idea to mass produce it, even though it has low production costs and it's good, but so.
Now, I imagine doing these two things must have been very exciting. Why did you choose this project?
Because I've always I never liked plastic pollution, for example. I know it's very bad, and I started researching bioplastic last year or something. And then in around December, my science teacher said she told me about this competition, and I said maybe this is where I can show my bioplastics, showcase them. So yeah.
Well, this is a very good project. I congratulate you and good luck. No problem.
So now let's move on to a group of three people, three ladies, Xiwan, Ruchirana and Enui, and they have designed a project called NEST, the impact of human population density on bird abundance and species richness in Luxembourg. They're from ISL, and they have analysed the correlation between empirical bird data and human population density in different communes and land types in Luxembourg. So we're coming again into the period where as we rise, we can hear the bird's song in the mornings. It's a beautiful thing, but I wonder if that bird song differs depending on what commune you're living in and whether you're in a town or in the countryside.
Hi girls, who am I here with today?
Ruchi and Hui.
Kiki.
Okay, and do you guys want to tell me a little bit about this project of yours?
So our project was on how human population density affected bird biodiversity in Luxembourg. And we did this through a series of visits to different areas in Luxembourg and counted the birds there, which we then converted to the Simpsons Biodiversity Index.
And do you guys have a love for birds, or how did you come up with the idea?
Well, I do like nature, and so does Ruchi, and the real bird lover here is Anhui.
And so did you only do it in Luxembourg, or did you try to have it on a bigger scale, or maybe in the future? How do you plan on doing it?
We only specialized in Luxembourg, but we got the research and all on a bigger scale, like a global scale. But we might expand in the future. Yeah, to different places.
And so I heard it's not you guys' first time here. So how do you feel about this year's project that you guys have?
I feel like it's really good. And I feel like the addition of a new member really helps bring the project, because then it's easier to get more of the work done, especially in a project like this where you have to go and gather the data.
So you guys equally divided the workload? Everyone kind of had their work, or yeah? How did that go? How did the work?
Basically, in terms of data collection, we all basically contributed equally. But in terms of graphs, it was mostly Kiki. In terms of the research, it was mostly me. And in terms of the app, it was all Ruchi. So we worked equally, but in different areas that we specialized in.
Well, that sounds like a perfect work and friend situation. So I think you guys divided it perfectly. And I wish you the best of luck with this. Thank you.
Now to two ladies also from Lycée Vauban. We've got Zoe and Sasha, aged, Sasha is a male, so we've got Zoe who is 17 and Sasha 16, Lycée Vauban. And they've looked into the silk revolution. Can spider webs define the future of building materials? So we know that spider webs can actually be very, very strong. And the properties of spider webs are something that's not known to all of us. And then they've moved on to the second phase and polymerized a spider web. So, what did they find out when they polymerized a spider web?
I am now with Zoe and Sasha, who have done a study on silk and spiders. Could you please develop more?
Well, we wanted to work on spiders because we discovered that a spider web with 1.2 diameter could actually lift an elephant up, which was incredible. So we searched more into the different characteristics of the spider web, and we discovered that it could potentially be used as a building material in the future, and it is an ecological alternative to the actual cement.
Now, how would your study go about collecting this silk without it being damaging to the spiders?
We decided to lead our information to see if the spider webs could stick without using the spiders. So we decided to make a polymer by mixing starch and other products together to make something that could be close enough to the spider webs without being harmful for them, because we wouldn't want to hurt them.
Very interesting. And your study, what has it shown with your? These are the examples of your polymer. Is that correct?
Yes. So here we have the plexiglass, here we have the wood plank, and here we have the log. And what is quite interesting is that the plexiglass, which is industrially made, presents no imperfections, such as it means that we could take the polymer off very easily. And for the log and the wood plank, we never managed to take it off, even with the scalpel making small cuts to tear it off. It never worked, so we concluded that to be used, the spider webs needed some imperfect materials and more natural materials.
Now, you said you had questions for me, correct?
Yes, so we would want to ask you, in your opinion, how many people died because of spiders in 1 year, globally?
I mean, there are a lot of venomous spider species, however, they don't often attack, so I'd say maybe 100 per year.
Actually, it's wrong. It's only 3 to 7 people. So the fear of spiders is quite irrational, but a lot of people are still scared of spiders. How many do you think worldwide?
I mean, I know a lot of friends of mine that are scared of spiders. I myself am not, but I would say maybe 500 million.
We don't have an exact number. We have like percentage. So approximately 1 in 20 people are scared of spiders, and we just like showed that it was kind of irrational because a lot of people. It's not as dangerous as it seemed. So we thought that maybe it's because of this fear that we don't do a lot of study and we don't push the research on spider webs, even though we should.
Well, very interesting, boys, guys, and I congratulate you. Good luck.
Thank you.
That's great. It's really, really lovely to hear this information. And we're going to move now to Mina, who is from the Athénée de Luxembourg, and Mina has a lovely, lovely project as well. How music defines our mood, the neuropsychological link between playlists, emotion, and the human brain. Music is definitely more than a background sound. It definitely shapes our mood. It can help our creativity, as we heard earlier. It can help our learning, in fact. So how does it shape us? How does it reflect our emotions? How does it regulate or amplify our thoughts? So this is neuroscience linked with music. And I know that my younger daughter, who is very rarely seen without her headphones on, would very much like to know Mina's results. And Mina is at the Athénée de Luxembourg.
Hi, today I'm here with
Mina Hassan.
Okay, and Mina, do you want to tell me a bit about your project?
So this project is really it's interview and research based. So I wanted to find out more about how music works on our brain. So it's really about the neuropsychology behind how all of that works.
Well, I actually love this topic because I myself am sometimes trying to stay away from music and like working out because I feel like it's more mental. What was your conclusion about music? Does it actually have an impact?
It really does, and it's not just personal, it's actually scientific because music actually has effects on different parts of our brain, like the amygdala, nucleus accumbens, etc., like and the reward system as a whole. So it does have an actual scientific effect on your brain. But yeah, it's also about how you feel and not too much to think about the scientific part, but also it's how music makes you feel that really is, yeah.
Does it have more positive or negative impact on the brain?
Positive for sure. I mean, there's different things that it could do. So it's like it can amplify, it can change your mood or like your emotional state, but it's always so positive because if you amplify your mood, it's like you let everything out, or if it changes, oftentimes you're not going to change your mood to, you know, a more negative one. So yeah, it does have more positive effects.
All right, perfect. Well, again, I love this topic. I hope, you are, satisfied because it's actually very impressive, and I wish you the best of luck with it. Thank you.
Now to Hayun Chun, who is 16 from the International School of Luxembourg, ISL, just behind us here. And Hayun has looked into the effects of caffeine concentration on germination rate of mung bean seeds. So this is a wonderful experiment, addressing an investigation on how caffeine affects the germination rate of the mung bean seeds, and they used different concentrations of caffeine. They soaked the mung bean seeds and recorded the germination rate. So this is a really, really interesting experiment because it's very visual, of course, and it's a possibility for us all to add some caffeine into whatever it is that we're growing in the garden. And I think sometimes it's a very good idea.
You did come here? I am now with Hayun and Haru. Hayun was here last year, and they are doing a study on caffeine and mung beans. Could you please develop?
So in our experiment that we're doing this year, we're trying to find out how the concentration of caffeine would affect the germination rate of mung bean seeds, and yeah.
Okay. Now, why did you choose mung beans? What are their properties, and how could this benefit us?
So we chose mung beans because there was a shorter amount of time given to us to conduct the experiment. We tried with the black bean seeds at the first place, but it turned out that imbibition took much more longer and germination required more amount of time. So that's why we switched to mung beans, which allows faster germination, and it requires less imbibition compared to the black bean seeds. And compared to the other seeds in general, mung bean seeds is the fastest, which they have a lot of experiments conducted with germination as well.
And what were your results with the caffeine? Did it help? Did it stunt the growth? What results did you get?
So we found that there was a negative correlation between the two, and when the concentration of caffeine increased, the germination rate would decrease.
Decreased?
Yes.
Interesting. So caffeine does not help with plant growth, or is it only related to the mung bean?
Not only related to the mung bean, as we have done several background researches before. Certain studies of species shown that caffeine has inhibited the germination rate because it inhibits the cell division and the water uptake that is required for a plant to germinate.
Well, thank you, girls. This seems very interesting, and I wish you good luck.
Now we're moving to a tobacco project, actually a very, very important one. We've got 3 students, 3 ladies from Lycée des Garçons, Luxembourg, Jean Bernier, Maud Bernier, and Inès Pereira. And they've looked into the phrase that is really targeted for smoking prevention in Luxembourg. It's a personalized platform aimed at teenagers, helping them understand the impact of tobacco on their health, finances, and also the environment. And so they've looked into a lot of research, the health effects of smoking, and their website provides detailed calculations of tobacco's consequences. It's been tested by a wide range of users to ensure its efficacy and relevance, and they've also had satisfaction surveys showing strong support for the project. So congratulations on building this website. Let's hear more about it.
Hi, do you want to start off by introducing yourselves?
Yes, so my name is Ines.
I am Maud. And I am Jeanne.
Okay, and do you guys want to tell me a bit about your project behind this?
Yes, So the title of our project is Tabac ne merci, me willen blijven vermijden. And it's a website we create this website for smoking prevention, mainly for teenagers to prevent more effective prevention. And our website contains different sections where it shows the awareness about the dangers of smoking. Well, it focuses, some points are, for example, the health impact of smoking and also the environmental impact or the financial impact and the toxic substances that are in the cigarettes and in vapes.
And have you guys already talked to some actual smokers about this to see how, how they take in the information and everything? Or has it just been like the three of you guys discussing everything?
So our website is like more a preventive method. So we don't really want to use this with smokers, but with young people so that they don't start to smoke.
Okay, so it's more about preventing and not like making them stop, quote unquote. Okay, got it. And how did you come up with this idea?
Last year I did an internship with a pulmonologist and I was shocked by the number of people suffering from tobacco-related diseases. So I decided with Maud and with Ines to create a prevention method that could move people and deter them from starting to smoke.
All right, well, I love this resolution. I hope this works and, maybe less people start to smoke, especially when we're very young. And I wish you the best of luck with your project. Thank you very much. Thank you.
And now we're going to move to Lily Rose, Laura Lim and Nicolo, two ladies and a young man aged 17 and 18 from Lycée Vauban. They have looked into the effects of fertilizers and chelating agents on living systems. So their experiment looked at analyzing the effects of chemical and organic fertilizers on living systems. They were working with worms, and to do the tests they looked at how the two types would react to the fertilizers, the two different types of fertilizers, looking at the cause of the reactions, and they even went a little bit deeper with their research to take a look at the effects of the dosage the fertilizers had on the results. So the effects of fertilizers and chelating agents on living systems, in this case worms.
I am now with Nicolo, Lily Rose and Laura, who have done a study of EDTA and its effects on soil. Could you please develop?
So yes, in fact, we have done a study on specifically worms as our living systems, and because we wanted to ask ourselves the questions of which types of fertilizers would be harmful and why and how in general. And so we started, and then all the things that farmers may use to for their own benefits and to grow their crops, and yeah, and just that's the with what we started with, and then so we bought 2 bottles of fertilizers, one organic and one chemical, and just to compare the two and maybe learn about the adverse effects that they might have.
Okay. Now, what exactly is EDTA, and what were its effects in your research?
So EDTA is a molecule that actually has the capacity of, the high capacity compared to other molecules to bind with essential metals due to its structure. And as you can see here, the metal is actually stuck between lone pairs, so the nitrogen lone pairs and oxygen. So it gets stuck in a claw-like structure, and it is then, the metals are then unavailable for the living systems to use to their own benefit.
So, if I understood correctly what you just explained, it is more negative than positive, or?
It also has some positive aspects. When it binds to those metals, it also it makes the liquid where the metals run more soluble and more liquid. So it helps photosynthesis. So that's why it actually works as a fertilizer.
Okay, well, congratulations. I wish you the best of luck. Thank you. No problem.
Yuzuki next and Seojin, both 16-17 from ISL. They've looked into investigating electricity generation in a galvanic cell under different conditions, considering emergency uses. So they've studied the feasibility of using accessible household materials such as fruit and aluminium cans to create temporary galvanic cells when traditional backup systems are unavailable. So the reason they've looked into this is because in Asia-Pacific regions there are frequent natural disasters which often causes critical power outages, and so they are looking into this to highlight the urgent need for simple and affordable alternative energy sources for emergency communication and medical equipment. This is a very, very important topic, and I wonder what they found out.
Hello, who am I here with today?
Hi, I'm Sojin and Yuzuki.
Okay, and what do you girls have prepared for today? What's your project about?
Our project is about investigation of galvanic cells that can generate electricity using general household materials like lemon, vinegar, and baking soda.
Well, the first question that comes to mind is, why this? Like, why this topic idea? How did you come up with it?
So we were very interested in this topic since we were, we learned about electrolysis processes in our chemistry courses, and we wanted to apply this to real-world situations where in natural disasters there are cities where those lifelines are destroyed completely. So we thought this galvanic cells can help people to and respond to those electricity shortages.
Well, are you feeling anxious, confident? How do you feel?
Both.
Yeah. Okay, well, I think you guys should be very confident and, proud of it, because this looks very, very good. So I wish you the best of luck with your project. Thank you.
Now we're going to move to another project which looks at chemical fertilizers and the effects on plant growth, and experiment with Epsom salts and red lentils. So it's Samir Giga, 14, from Lycée Robert Schumann, investigating a chemical nutrient supplement on early plant growth under controlled conditions. So magnesium sulfate, otherwise known as Epsom salts, was used as a dilute fertilizer treatment to examine its influence on red lentils seedling development. The red lentils were selected because they have rapid germination and clear visible growth, which makes it very, very suitable for short-term experimental observations. So what did you find out?
I'm now here with Samir, who has done a study on the effect of chemical fertilizers and on plant growth. Could you please tell me more?
So I studied the chemical effects of Epsom salt, also known as magnesium sulfate, on the plant of Lens culinaris, which is red lentil, in a period of 10 days. And I studied how the growth comparisons between a group of water only and a treatment group with a dilute magnesium sulfate solution. And then I compared them and looked at the results to find any differences or any comparisons between them.
Now, what results did you find? Is the salt good for the plant or no?
So basically, there were not many differences because plants have this special talent where they can control how much metals they take from the ground or nutrients. So basically what they did is, because the soil was already magnesium rich, both plants sucked up the same amount of magnesium, meaning that the magnesium sulfate solution didn't have a real effect.
Okay, now why choose red lentils? Is it because the plant grows fast, or do you have any interest in this specific plant? Could it have been another plant?
It could have been another plant, but I chose red lentils specifically because of their rapid germination rate and their fast and rapid showing growth results.
Well, congratulations to you. I hope the jury likes it. And thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Petra Strage is next, 21 years old, from Han University of Applied Sciences. And Petra has looked into multilingual minds' delayed neurological declines. So the more multilingual you are, the better for your health, your brain health. This project investigated the correlation between speaking multiple languages and delaying the onset of common neurological conditions such as Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, and this was effectively done by participants filling out information on their grandparents through a quantitative questionnaire.
Here we go, yeah. Hi, who am I here with today?
Hi, my name is Petra.
Do you want to tell me a little bit about your project, Petra?
Yeah, so what I did was I looked into whether there was a correlation between speaking multiple languages and delaying the onset of neurological conditions.
Well, I think this is perfect, especially in Luxembourg where there's like so many different languages. And what was the conclusion? Can you give me a little spoiler?
Yeah, so for languages that are spoken at an intermediate level, it was seen that there was indeed like a delay of onset of neurological conditions. Yeah, there were also some unexpected results. For example, like the education was also dependent, which in the literature it wasn't apparently relevant. So yeah, that was interesting to see, yeah.
Oh, and why this? Like, why this topic out of everything? I know this is not your first time, right? So yeah, why this year?
So I study biology, so I'm always interested in looking into neurological conditions or like different types of diseases. But yeah, this time I wanted to try something different. I've never done a questionnaire before and analyzed results, so yeah.
So since you tried something different, how do you feel about it? Are you confident? Are you very excited you tried something new? Or yeah, how's your feeling?
I think it was good. Yeah, I mean, this is my last year I can participate, so this is the last run. But it was cool to try something new. Yeah.
Yeah, cool. No, I think trying something new is always something to do. Like, it's always a great resolution, and this looks like a lot of research. I'm sure it took a lot of time. But yeah, I wish you the best of luck with it. And yeah, last year, like last push, right? Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Cool.
Thank you to Petra and good luck with your project there. Now moving to David and Sachin. Sachin is 15, David 17 from Lycée Michel Lucius. Their project is called Physical Limits on Approaching the Sun, Thermal, Radiative and Informational Constraints. So, of course, it's quite difficult to get information the closer you go to the sun for all sorts of obvious reasons. So they've considered the physical limitations arising when a piloted spacecraft approaches the sun, particularly thermal and radioactivity, radiation effects. The methods for expanding these limitations were proposed. Numerical values were found for the minimum distance at which a spacecraft can approach the sun without harming the crew, or the spacecraft, in fact, and it was found that even when using ideal materials, the measurements results, they don't improve indefinitely the distance the sun to the sun. So it is a very, very difficult situation because, of course, we want to harness information from the sun, but we have to do so with various spectrograms and spectrography, but getting towards the sun is very, very hard indeed. So very interesting project from David and Sachin, and I want to know, what is the distance? How far can we move from the edge of the sun without burning up?
I now find myself with David and Sachin, who have done a research on the physical limitations on approaching the sun. Could you please develop on how you came up with this project?
So, both of us are really interested in the topic of space, and yeah, we thought the sun was a pretty interesting star, so we thought we could do a research topic on that.
Okay. Now, what has your research shown? What results did you get, and how exactly did you go about it?
Sorry, what?
What exactly did your research show? What results did you obtain, and how did you go about obtaining these results?
Well, we used the Parker-Solar probe mission. Here it is. We took most values from this mission and substituted it in this formula to find the minimal distance to sun. However, this mission has no crew on the board, so in our work we also have to estimate the radiation impact on the humans.
Okay, so these physical limits, are they concerning us or concerning what we have available to build a probable spacecraft to reach the sun? What exactly were the limits you found?
Well, yeah, so as you said, we used like the temperature of the outer surface from the Parker solar probe, and yeah, we just use these formulas, and yeah, we also had to take into account the radiation because we need to take care of like the crew health of people inside of the probe. So yeah, and we also use informational limitations, which were about finding the optimum distance from the sun for.
Okay. Very interesting, boys. Congratulations, and I wish you the best of luck.
Now to Sana's project. So Sana Bandari, she's 16 at Attended Luxembourg, and she has developed something called Echo Hands, bridging communication gaps through AI-powered ASL recognition. So this is a mobile application using AI to recognize the American Sign Language alphabet to convert to both text and speech. The application is free, it's accessible, mobile-based, allowing deaf people worldwide to use and click at the click of a button. It's built using React Native, which is an open source user interface software framework, and the ASL recognition is trained through machine learning, a subset of AI that enables systems to learn, making predictions to improve things by analyzing large data sets, of course, as we know it, rather than requiring explicit programming, which has been the past way of doing things. So Sana, tell us more about EcoHands.
Hi, who am I here with today?
My name's Sana Bandari.
Hey, do you want to tell me a little bit about your project, Sana?
Yeah, so I created a mobile application called EcoHands, and it uses AI-powered recognition to recognize the American Sign Language alphabet.
That is so cool. So, if I understand this correctly, it's to actually understand people that, you know, speak with sign language, and like, for example, I don't, so I would be able to understand them?
Yeah, so its primary use is translation, so for communicating between deaf and people who don't know sign language. And also it has a learning aspect, so it gives you an accuracy score and you can practice different words and different signs using the app.
That is so cool. How did you come up with this idea? Why this app?
Well, last year I also participated in Jonk Fuerscher, and I did an app for people with motor disabilities. So I wanted to focus not specifically on motor disabilities, but also something that would help people with disabilities in their day-to-day lives.
That is very thoughtful. I think a lot of people would be grateful for this. And how long did this take you to create this entire app?
I started about 3 months ago, but it was 3 months of like 3 hours of work per day. It was a lot of effort.
Wow, okay. Yeah, a lot of effort for sure. And compared to like last year, how do you feel about this year's app? Are you like, not about comparing, but are you like more proud? How do you feel? Is it like the same?
Yeah, I mean, last year my project was difficult for me, but this was still much more complex. I had to learn a whole new coding language, and it was a lot more effort, so I'm pretty proud of it.
Okay. And are you basically done with the project with the app, or is it something that you're going to continue after this competition?
So I am planning on continuing with it because right now it's only limited to the alphabet, and I'd want to include like video recognition for words and phrases as well in the future.
All right, cool. Well, I wish you the best of luck with that. I hope this this goes well. I'm sure it will with all of this research. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And now we're going to move on to Felicity Williams. She's 14 from École Internationale Anne Beaufort in Mersch. And she has investigated if somebody's hobbies are personality related. So she has done a project analysing how closely your hobbies are related to your personality. And in this study, she had a survey using Ocean for the personality and Reassec for the interests and hobbies. So the analysis used also something called VS Code, and with the help of ChatGPT, she constructed charts. So are our hobbies related to our personality? How do the two combine?
I am now with Felicity, who has done a research on hobbies and personalities. Could you please develop?
So I conducted a survey to start to analyze to get my results, and in the end it does turn out that your personalities and hobbies are related, in fact very strongly.
Now, we know multiple types of personalities. Which personalities have what kind of hobbies, thanks to your research?
So I based my questions off of the Big Five in the Holland's Code, and then I made my own groups. So I made, for example, focus dreamers and logical helpers. So they're very goal-oriented, but they logically help people. So they like puzzles, they like volunteering, and for example, another one you have big feelers or stage creators, and they enjoy like dancing, ballet, theatre, gymnastics, like big things to do with expressing emotions.
Very, very interesting. And if I were to tell you my hobby, could you, thanks to your research, figure out what kind of personality I have?
Yes. What I did mainly, though, was the other way around, from your personality to your hobby, but it would theoretically go the other way.
Very, very interesting. I personally do track and field, and I'm known as an extrovert. I hope this is in correlation with your study. Thank you very much, and good luck.
Now here it's lunchtime for some people, and the next topic is looking at the impact of protein and other foods, complementary foods, on the microbiome in our guts, in our intestines. Their study examined the impact of all of the food and proteins, how it supports or doesn't support our gut microbiome, which we've become much more aware of recently. So they're from Lycée Vauban. It's Naël, Akil and Laure. They're aged 17 and 18 years old. And again, this is something that is increasingly important to all of us. We're much more aware of it in our diets, and I would like to know what they found that is new.
Bonjour, aujourd'hui je suis avec
Achille,
Laure,
et Naël.
Vous voulez me raconter un peu ce que vous nous avez préparé pour aujourd'hui? Pas à nous, mais au jury du coup.
En fait, on est parti d'un constat simple. Aujourd'hui, tout le monde va à la salle de sport, tout le monde consomme des protéines et compléments alimentaires pour le sport, parce que nos repas quotidiens ne suffisent pas à compléter nos apports journaliers qu'il nous faut quand on a une activité sportive régulière et intense. Donc tout le monde consomme ces produits. Et il y a beaucoup de rumeurs comme quoi ce serait du dopage, que ce serait mauvais pour nos intestins, nos reins. Et en fait, on s'est posé la question, est-ce que c'est vrai? Voilà, je peux laisser Laure continuer.
Donc on a vu des publicités de produits, de protéines et de compléments alimentaires qui parlaient des bons effets sur le microbiote. Donc on s'est intéressé au microbiote intestinal et on a voulu voir si en cultivant des protéines, dans des protéines des bactéries, on allait voir s'il y aura un déséquilibre entre les différentes populations de bactéries.
En fait, moi-même, je fais du sport. Moi-même, des fois, je consomme ça. Du coup, je suis très curieuse de savoir est-ce que ça a un effet néfaste ou c'était quoi la conclusion?
Donc, on a pu conclure qu'il y avait bien un changement dans le microbiote, mais finalement, on ne peut pas vraiment dire si nos résultats si les bactéries qu'on a observées sont néfastes pour notre microbiome, mais on peut dire que voilà, ça peut aider à développer certaines bactéries. Donc avec des études supplémentaires, il est possible de savoir si dans le futur, on pourra utiliser les protéines, pas seulement pour les muscles, mais aussi pour développer notre microbiome intestinal.
Merci beaucoup pour cette info. Moi-même, déjà, je vais bien la garder en tête et je vous souhaite une très bonne chance avec ce projet. Merci.
Kartikeya and Luca are up next, aged just 12 and 13, and they're from Lycée Michel Lucius, and they've looked into how interdependent thermophysical, dielectric and phase change properties govern the replacement of water in immersion cooling systems for the future. Now this is really, really interesting because, as they've written in their text, Google is thinking to build a data center here in Luxembourg. Data centers require an awful lot of water. The water needs to be cooled. The water is used to cool the data centers, in fact. And so with all of these data centers, what will the effect be on water shortages in Luxembourg, the cost to our electricity supplies, other problems as well? So I would love to know what they found out, because it is a very, very important and timely problem.
I'm now with Kartikeya and Luca, who have done a study on water cooling systems. Is that correct?
Yep.
Now, could you develop what exactly you researched?
So our project is a comparison study about three liquids, about three dielectric liquids, to see which one's best on substituting fresh water on AI cooling systems.
Now, obviously, we know the use of AI consumes a lot of water. Yeah. So your research is to lower that consumption, correct?
No, it is to almost completely replace it entirely. I guess you can say it's lowering the usage because there are two inputs, as you can see. In this diagram, here it is submerged in water, and then there are small tubes which send in water mixed with glycol normally, which is used for windshield wipers.
Oh, okay, very, very interesting. And how did you come up with this idea? How did you go about the research?
Essentially, I looked at the news one day on January, and I saw that RTL news report that Google is arriving into Luxembourg, so I thought, oh, maybe it will consume tons of water. Luckily, this one is actually being air-cooled, which is another method of cooling. However, if any other companies think about arriving into Europe, specifically Luxembourg, then it's better to have a solution for those companies to use rather than using water and taking away our supply.
This project is a great initiative. I congratulate both of you and I wish you the best of luck.
Maxime and Louis Victor are next, both 13 years old from École Privée Notre-Dame Saint-Sophie, and they're looking into the resurrection of a tree. So this tree had disappeared millions of years ago. It's the lepidodendron, and they're trying to think about recuperating it through DNA of plants. So I would very much like to know if they think they can resuscitate and regrow this species of tree, the populodendron, which actually has not been around for millions of years. So please tell us if that is a possibility.
Est-ce que vous voulez vous présenter?
Donc, je m'appelle Maxime, j'ai 13 ans, je suis en classe de 4e au collège à l'école Sainte-Sophie.
Donc je m'appelle Louis Victor, j'ai aussi 13 ans et je suis aussi en 4e à l'école de Sainte-Sophie.
Et vous voulez bien me présenter ce projet que vous avez préparé pour aujourd'hui?
Alors notre projet, nous avons créé un arbre que nous avons appelé le populodendron en nous inspirant d'un ancien arbre qui s'est éteint il y a 200 millions d'années qui s'appelait le lépidodendron. Donc le lépidodendron était un arbre de l'ère du Carbonifère qui poussait particulièrement dans les zones marécageuses. Aujourd'hui, les anciennes forêts de lépidodendron forment la majeure partie de charbon que nous trouvons sur la planète. Donc pour créer notre arbre, nous avons utilisé 3 plantes. C'est la Guilena pour la sécheresse, Miscanthus pour le CO2 et Populus parce qu'il est facilement malléable génétiquement. Du coup, c'est la Guilena est une petite plante de la famille des fougères qui en fait se dessèche complètement en été quand il y a des grosses chaleurs. Et quand il commence à repleuvoir, elle se rehumidifie et redevient verte en à peine 30 minutes. Miscanthus, nous, on va l'utiliser pour l'absorption de CO2 car elle a détenu le record du monde de 15 à 30 tonnes de CO2 par an et par hectare. Ensuite, peuplier, nous allons l'utiliser car du coup, il est assez facilement malléable génétiquement et parce qu'il grandit assez rapidement. Maintenant, du coup, mon camarade va vous expliquer notre projet.
Notre projet, en gros, nous voulons créer un arbre qui aura les caractéristiques d'importante absorption de CO2 et de résistance à la sécheresse. Et donc nous voulons le créer pour lutter contre le réchauffement climatique en absorbant beaucoup de CO2 et en luttant contre l'avancée des déserts.
D'accord, bah merci beaucoup pour cette explication très détaillée. Je vous souhaite beaucoup de chance avec ce projet et voilà, merci à vous. Ciao, ciao.
Now we have Ella. She's 14 years old from the International School of Luxembourg, and she's done a topic called Mind in Order, investigating whether professional experience influences spatial magnitude mapping as described by the SNARK effect. So I'm sure she'll go on to tell us what the SNARK effect is, but looking at 60 adults from 6 different professions, they completed a computerized task which measured accuracy, reaction time, mouse eye movement deviations, and classified non-numerical magnitudes. So there were differences between the jobs, and I wonder if you can guess which jobs had the greatest accuracy in this test.
We will now be looking at Ella's project, which is named Mind in Order. Could you please explain to me what this is?
Well, my project is about how snark effect can be influenced by different professions, such as musicians, mathematicians, scientists, and how people map different magnitudes in their minds and organize them.
And how did you go about this research? Where did you start? What results did you obtain?
Well, at first I didn't know what snark effect was, and someone introduced me to it. And after I realized that different people actually can train these by different professions, and it was really interesting to see how people can work with these structured or abstract magnitudes and organize them.
Now, you said it yourself, you didn't know what snark effect was. Could you explain briefly to the public?
Well, snark effect is the mental number line we have, and that which we use to map different magnitudes in the space and in our minds. So we basically organize our minds in a specific way for a number line.
Very, very interesting. I congratulate you on this presentation, and I hope the jury likes it.
And now we have a project with 3 E's. Elena, Elsa and Elizabeth, all 17, and they're at the Lycée Vauban du Luxembourg, and they have looked into a model for an experiment looking into the biological treatment in polluted bodies of water using oil-eating bacteria. So from the outset, they wanted to do a project that was beyond the school, the impact of the school. Oil discharge into the environment, it represents a significant source of pollution. And of course, the most striking example of all of this is oil spills and the effects on the ecosystem around that, the birds around that as well. And so there are certain bacteria that can eat oil. So let's see what they found.
Hello, who am I here with today?
Elizabeth.
Elsa.
Elena.
Okay, and you guys want to tell me a bit about this project behind us and also in front of us with a lot of material?
So our project is basically microorganisms that can be used to reduce or completely eliminate oil pollutants in bodies of water.
And so the 3 of you guys, did you come up with this idea together, or was it, somebody, like it popped up in someone's head? How did it go?
It was more of Elizabeth's idea. It was really about the kind of Asian bacteria that were able to do like extraordinary things in like in really stressful conditions, and so it wasn't really like ours. But we learned to love it because it was actually an interesting subject, and it's kind of linked to environmental issues and pollution.
And is it your first time participating in this contest? Yeah. And how do you feel about it? How do you feel about being here now with the project? I'm sure there's a lot of work behind it. Are you stressed? Are you confident?
I think everyone is a bit stressed But overall, I'm happy to be here, to be able to present something that we worked on for a lot of time, and to discover as well everyone's work. So.
Yeah, true. This, of course, very important to like get to encounter all the other participants because I mean, there's tons of presentations today. And is this something that you plan on working on after this competition, or was it only for today?
Not really. Probably not, but we definitely learn a lot from it. And if we ever decided to do another project similar to this, I think we'd definitely be able to reapply what we learned. So.
I think we did the best with what we had, but I think going further is going to be limited with resources and money of our school, and so.
Of course, yeah, no, it's very important to learn from projects and use them as general knowledge for the future, even if it's not further continued after this Jonk Fuerscher competition. So I wish you guys the best of luck with it today, and yeah, thank you.
Now moving on to Alexandre Book, 14 years old from Lycée Michel Rodange, and he's done a project on solar drones and recharge spots. So it's a Python program determining the optimal landing location for a drone equipped with solar panels to recharge. And the goal here is to help a drone find the best spot to stay in the sunlight, if it's got solar panels, and recharge efficiently despite shadows from the trees or the buildings. So it takes a video from the drone, reconstructs a 3D model of the environment and simulates sun positions and the shadows over time. And finally, the program identifies areas where the drone can remain in sunlight for the longest duration, enabling autonomous decision making for solar recharging without continuous human supervision. So super interesting project and applicable right now today.
I am now with Alex, who has a project on drones and to recharge them with solar power. Is that correct?
Yeah, so my project is a Python program that determines the optimal landing spot for drones equipped with solar panel to recharge without a continuous human supervision.
Now, how exactly could this benefit us?
For people who wants to look at the agriculture, or some people, I don't know, who needs drones that recharge without just looking after them to know where is shadows or not. They know. Yeah.
And your research, how did you go about it? Did you yourself make a model, or is this purely based on other people's researches?
No, I did myself some codes, and I looked what already exists, but I did myself codes.
Okay. Very, very interesting. And could this also be used for any type of drone, let's say delivery drones, or would they have to be specifically made?
Yeah, it's possible for every drone, but I think it's more for the agriculture ones, but it's for everyone.
Very interesting, very well. Good luck.
Now we've got Matilda and Justina, both aged 17 from Athénée de Luxembourg. They have a project called Fresh Check Spoilage Detection Service. So Fresh Check is a smart food storage container which is designed to reduce all of the things we throw away through spoilage using gas temperature and humidity sensors using something called Arduino, which this is a sensor data app, mathematical modeling also involved in this, and so it's really using all of the gadgets that we have at our disposable fingertips today to build a container that can say to us, do we need to keep this or do we need to chuck it?
Hi, who am I here with today?
I'm Justina.
I'm Matilda.
Okay, do you guys want to tell me a bit about the project you presented for today?
So we built a Tupperware box that can detect and predict food spoilage. It uses gas, temperature, and humidity sensors to monitor the gases that the food produces, and then it processes that with the Arduino, and it tells the user whether the food is fresh or not.
It shows the percentage of food quality, the remaining shelf life, the graphs of how the gases are emitted.
Okay, this looks very impressive, especially creating this entire box. Did this take you guys a long time or rather not?
Like 3 months, a long time, yeah.
And are you proud of the end result, or is this something that like you still have to work on to finalize it?
It obviously needs work, but there's always work that can be done. Like you cannot reach perfection, and I am happy with the results that we did achieve.
I'm not happy with because we had to tape down all of the circuits so that it works, and it's very fragile.
It's quite ugly as well.
It's very ugly.
You know what? Even if it doesn't look the prettiest, if it's useful, and I bet this would like be very, very useful. Like I think for any household, honestly. So yeah, how did you get this idea? Because you know, it's like genuinely everyone could use it.
Oh, well, we tried to look sort of for problems in the world that we could reliably solve because, like, we are just students, we don't really know anything, but we wanted to look for things that we could do, and food waste is a very big problem in the world. And, yeah, this was just a small thing that the two of us would manage to achieve, and we could maybe contribute to solving world problems.
Well, you guys can be very proud of your machine, even if you call it ugly. No, genuinely. So thank you very much for your time, and good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we have Veronica Gregorian, who is 14 from ISL, and she's looked into the hydration retention of two commercial moisturizers, a comparison between Rhode and Ray Inky list. So two well-known moisturizers, and she's looking at how well they can keep our skin hydrated over time using a skin moisture meter in an experiment on the forearms. The moisture levels were measured every 30 minutes for 180 minutes after applying each product, and the results showed ... What did the results show us?
I'm now with Veronica, who has done a study on hydration retention and moisturizers, correct?
Yes.
Now, how did you go about this study, and what was your interest in doing so?
Well, I've always been interested about skincare, beauty, and anything related to that. So I thought it would be interesting to see how the chemical formulas of moisturizers affect how it impacts how we use it.
Now, I'm seeing here Rhode versus the Inky list. Are these two brands?
Yes, Rhode is a very popular brand now on social media because of the creator Hailey Bieber, while the Inky list is a smaller brand that hardly many people have heard of.
Now, you are comparing these two, I'm guessing, due to the popularity. And what did you find? Which is then the most efficient one?
Overall, the Rhode had a more sustained hydration retention, meaning that it was more sustained over time, while for the Inky list, it had a really high hydration boost at the very start, and then it slowly decreased over time.
So which would you then suggest to people that are watching?
To buy Rhode, even though it's double the price, but it still has the better effect.
So sometimes popularity does come with its benefits.
Yes.
Okay, well, thank you very much. This is very interesting, and I hope the jury likes it too.
Thank you so much.
Good luck.
Now we're going to look into the decellularization of a spinach leaf. We've got Nihal and Sashwant, aged 12, from Lycée Michel Lucius, exploring whether the vascular bundle of a spinach leaf can mimic the coronary arteries of a heart by allowing liquids to flow through them in a similar way as to how blood circulates in a mammalian heart. So, can a spinach leaf and how things flow through the vascular bundles of a spinach leaf mimic that of our hearts?
And do you guys want to tell me a bit about your spinach heart presentation? This title is intriguing me.
So, our idea is about decellularizing a spinach leaf. That means removing all the cells to reveal something called the EMC, the extracellular matrix, that we wanted to grow cells on for tissue transplants.
So this sounds like a huge concept. How did you come up with this?
For the summer holidays, we were in India, and people in India really need donor hearts and donor organs. So we got the idea from our parents, our science teachers, and also a lot of websites. Yeah, fun. Really.
Cool. No, I love this idea, and especially that it's coming from, that and being in your homeland, I guess. And how long, so have you been working on it since that day, since you got the idea, or when did you actually start working on it?
India, so we can work on it because I haven't met him yet. So like the starting of the school year, we started like on December or something like that.
December, yeah. Okay, and how did you guys like meet? As in, how did you know this was going to be your partner for the project?
He was in my school bus. He came to science club, and he asked, "Can I work with you?" And I said, "Sure."
Yeah. All right. Are you guys from the same like place, same homeland?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. All right. Both India. Well, I mean, same city and everything. Okay. All right. Cool. And are you satisfied with the conclusion that you guys have, or is it something that you still have to work on?
Yeah, because our leaf is very yeah.
Because like the chemical concentrations were too high, our exposure time was also too high, so it was like, yeah.
You know, it's always good to have a starting point, and I guess if you guys have such a good starting point with such a good resolution, I think you can take it very far. So I wish you the best of luck with your project. Thank you. Thank you.
Now we have a 14-year-old from École Internationale de Verdange, Prem Kumar, and he has looked into AI-based early fatigue and stress detection using non-invasive biosignals. So again, this is something that's being built into all sorts of automobiles, for instance, and even computers or glasses. The project is using Python machine learning system to detect early stress or fatigue risk using non-invasive physiological features such as heart rate and skin conductance, instead of relying on subjective questionnaires. It's trained on Swell KW Knowledge Work data set and had 25 participants. So again, a very computational, mathematical based project here by 14-year-old Prem Kumar.
Now with Prem Kumar, who has done a study on AI and how to detect fatigue. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, can you tell me more about your project and how you went about it?
So basically, hi, I'm Prem Kumar Natarajan, and my project is about detecting early stress and fatigue using AI and non-invasive biosignals. I used real physiological data like heart rate variability and skin conductance to train a machine learning model that can recognize stress patterns. I also added features like personalized baselines, early warning detection to make it more realistic for real-world use. The goal is to help people notice stress earlier and prevent burnout.
Now, I saw here that you used a Python machine learning system. Is that correct? Now, to me, a Python is an animal. What exactly is this learning system?
Python is actually a coding language that is really helpful.
Okay, and at such a young age to have this interest in AI already, what drove you into this direction for the project?
So basically, I really like computer engineering. So then I wanted to also do something for humans in general. So I asked some researchers, some friends, to give me some advice on what topic I should do. So they told me to make a stress calculator.
Well, you can be proud of yourself. This seems very nice, and I congratulate you. Good luck.
Next, it's Luca Taki, aged 15, from the European School of Luxembourg, and it's another computer science project entitled LIPAS, comparing a multi-hazard lunar forecasting system to single-purpose models. So LIPAS, Lunar Impact and Predictive Analysis System, it's an AI-powered web platform predicting key environmental conditions on the moon, including temperature, radiation, dust activity, micrometeorite impacts, solar storms, and minor moonquakes. And so he's combined this with historical data sets and real-time space weather data from NASA and NOAA, delivering accurate short and long-term forecasts from multiple lunar locations. So let's look at the forecasting of all of this with Luca and LIPAS.
Hi, who am I here with today?
Luca.
Do you want to tell me a little bit about this huge project? I think math, I see physics. Explain it to me.
So this is LIPAS. It's a machine learning project to accurately predict lunar hazards, so lunar weather, which is kind of different from weather that we have here on Earth, but it still affects astronauts, and current models can't really capture how the weather works, and they can't also predict the weather.
And so this is only for like who would benefit from this? Only astronauts, since living on Earth, maybe we don't benefit from this. Like, who is this for?
So this project is for space agencies for planning to send astronauts on the moon, so they can check if there are any hazards upcoming, and also for students or researchers here on Earth to see how these hazards work.
Okay, and do you know any astronauts? Do you like anything that has to do with space, or how come you chose this as a topic for today?
So I'm very passionate about astrophysics, space, and like integrating coding, combining coding with astrophysics to create solutions.
And do you do like physics and stuff at school, or not even? Like, did school help you in this aspect? Like, did you already have some knowledge?
Yes, I do physics and math and chemistry at school, so like advanced. So.
All right. Well, thank you very much, and I wish you the best of luck with this huge project. Thank you.
Now, aligned with this thought, really, we've got Sophia and Louisa, aged 14 and 15, from École Internationale Anne Beaufort, and they've looked at morality, taking on morality, psychopathy, and this in the context of murders, really. We think about psychopaths, and is that what leads to murdering? And they've looked at an article, they've started from this thought-provoking dilemma and explored it in different ways of moral thinking, how each might be justified or how actions could be forbidden as well. So they've taken on different frameworks which are truly fascinating, deeply linked to our sense of morality, individual responsibility, rights, and what collective compassion means. And so they've moved from the hypothetical dilemmas into real-world violence, looking specifically at the crime of murder and asking how murderers are able to actually commit these heinous acts. What is it from both a moral and a psychological perspective?
Hello, who am I here with today?
Hello, my name is Sophia.
My name is Luisa.
Okay. Do you guys want to tell me about this? Because it looks like I'm in a detective's office. This looks very, very interesting.
Yeah, so we started like from very easy dilemma, like would you kill 5 people or 1? Like really easy. Okay. And we went from like just philosophy things to real world cases, like when someone kills a person.
Yeah, and then we stepped into psychology, examining how different people answer and looking why do they actually commit to acts they do act, and if they do choose to kill someone, why do they commit to those violent acts?
Okay, yeah, this sounds like a lot like my philosophy class that I have. Is this, so what is your main question? Is it like the 5 people or 1 person, like kill 5 or kill 1? Or what is the goal of your research? Like, what did you try to find out from this conclusion?
So the main thing we wanted to know is like how people think. Like, yeah, the main question is like 5 or 1, but like for ourselves to have like some main, I don't know, like groups of people who answer like 1 or 2 or 5. I don't know. They don't choose sometimes.
And do you have a fixed conclusion? Because I know in philosophy it's sometimes hard to have like one answer. It's not like, science. Well, it's not like math where you have like yes or no answer. So do you have like a simple answer, or is it like very broad? What is your conclusion?
I think our answer is really broad because there's a lot of responses. People usually respond, and there is still many things to discover because, yeah. Many answers, and I think we conclude that we have to discover really a lot of more, and yeah.
No, philosophy I think is always a thing where you can always dig deeper. So I wish you the best of luck with your project, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we're going to move to Rahim, who is 15 and at École Internationale en Beaufort, and she has looked into whether or not we can use the brakes on a bicycle to charge our telephone battery. So it is something that has been used even at the airports in Luxembourg. We can see that there are bicycles there you can sit at, look out at the airplanes and recharge your phone. So I wonder how she's made this different in this project.
I am now with Riem, who has done a study on recycling with energy. Could you please develop?
So my project is about regenerative braking, where you can produce energy by using the friction caused by hitting the brakes when you ride a bike. So I'm going to transform this heat into electricity that can charge a phone or that can charge a battery. So I had this idea when I was learning about energy at school. Something has been bothering me, like why can't I use the energy when you hit the brakes, like energy that comes from friction, the heat? Why can't I use it in something useful? Why does it have to go to waste? Why does it have to be useless? So I decided to make this project, and my project helps the environment because it recycles energy, as I said, because it literally like transforms heat into electricity. So yeah, so it reduces pollution by doing that. It's just like electric cars when they use the braking to recharge their batteries. But I use bikes instead, because bikes are more ecological. They're more friendly to the environment, and actually biking is more like it's more friendly, and yeah.
Now, in certain public spaces, there are these bikes that you ride to charge your phone. Is this the same concept or not?
No, not really, because this is really it's a bit different, because you don't have a battery already there to charge your phone. No, it really, the energy gets produced when you ride the bike and you hit the brakes. Because, as I said, it literally transforms the energy of the friction. And also, the brake can be used to slow down the bike when you ride.
Well, this is very interesting. I congratulate you and good luck with the jury.
Thank you so much.
I know this is torture.
Now let's move on to Miley and Simmer and Tien also. They're aged 15 and 16 from Lycée Michel Lucius, and they've looked into the age-related differences in problem solving. So this is a puzzle-based study about the differences in development of the frontal lobe, puzzles and quizzes for children and young adults, and how that stacks up in the statistical modeling of how our brains develop with age.
Hello, who am I here with today?
Hi, my name is Summer.
My name is Miley.
I'm Tinyu.
Okay, and do you guys want to tell me a bit about the project you have presented for today?
So our project is about age-related differences in problem solving. Our thesis is trying to see if it's true that teens and young adults are able to solve complex and systematic problems rather than children, or if it just depends on the person or the IQ. And we wanted to see if the studies about the development of the frontal lobe are also true. And we're using, this is a puzzle-based study using the 4 puzzles we have here. We made a statistic about it, and we're also making a statistic now to compare it to our old one.
Okay. Well, I love projects that kind of include everyone. As you said, it goes from like children to like adults. And so what did you find? What was your conclusion? is it everyone is the same, or is it harder for some, easier for others?
Adults actually pretend to have patience, and you do puzzles step by step. And we noticed that young kids between 8 and 18, they usually just use puzzles by what looks most fun, and yeah, they just think about how to get it done fast, and yeah, they just think about what is the most coolest.
Okay,
yeah.
so a lot less patient. Are you excited? Are you anxious? Are you confident? How do you feel about it?
Anxious.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, but you're happy to be here, happy to have participated? Yeah, did you already see the jury?
Yes.
Okay. Well then, I wish you the best of luck with your project, and thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we're going to move back to the idea of cord length on the time required for a model helicopter to reach a specific height. So again, we've heard one or two projects a little bit like this. So this project is by Xiong Bai, who is 14 years old, and he's at ISL. He studied the relationship between cord length, distance from hub to the tip of the airfoil, and the model helicopter's time to reach a 2-meter height with negative correlation hypothesized. So he had a hypothesis, he experimented up to that 2-meter relationship, and I want to know what your results are.
I'm now with Tim, who has done a study on lift and length. Could you please develop more, please?
So this study is actually about how the length of a helicopter's core length, or the distance from the central hub to the tip of a rotor, affects the time the helicopter takes to reach a specific height, which in this case 2 meters, and how that affects the lift.
And what did your results what results did you find, or what would be an improvement to helicopters?
So the results that I found is that a shorter cord length increases the time it takes to reach the height, which means lower lift. So if the helicopter wants to have more lift under the safety limit, it needs to have a longer cord length or make the rotors longer.
And in which department would this be used? Is this more of a military research or just helicopters in general? How could this benefit helicopters?
So the specific type of helicopters that I research is like single rotor with a mounted tail rotor. So I think this is more of a generalized research.
Well, and what piqued your interest into doing this? Why choose this kind of research?
So I've been very interested in math and physics at school, and it's an honor to do something related to physics.
Well, I congratulate you. I hope the jury liked it too, and I wish you the best of luck.
And now we're moving back to the next person, who's Asia Blacklaws and Sophia Celani, both 17 from ISL. And I just wanted to say, Su Young, it was such a lovely thing when he said it's an honor to do anything related to physics. Really very beautiful. But now to these two ladies from ISL, they have a project called Do You Care at All? So they've investigated how various cooking methods, including boiling and frying with butter, can impact both the sugar content and the vitamin A content of carrots. And they've chosen to do this because Asia's grandmother always told her that if carrots are cooked in butter, they are healthier, and they wanted to prove it. So please, Asia, tell us about your dear grandmother.
Hello, who am I with today?
Hi, my name's Asia Blacklaws, and I'm South African and German.
Hi, and my name is Sophia Celani, and I'm Italian.
Nice. Do you guys want to tell me a bit about your projects? I see a lot of carrots, I see a lot of orange.
Yeah, so our project is called Do You Care at All? It's supposed to be kind of a pun, like do you care at all? And we're just looking at how different preparation methods of carrots affects their vitamin A and sucrose concentration, so sugar.
Okay. And why carrots, if I may ask?
Well, actually this comes from Asia's grandmother, because Asia's grandmother was always telling her, like, oh, you have to cook carrots in butter. But my mom is the opposite. She hates butter, and so I've never cooked carrots in butter, and so we wanted to test it out.
Okay. So opposites really did attract in this case. Okay. And how do you feel about this project? Are you confident? How was it with the jury? How do you feel since it's your first time participating?
I think overall it was positive experience. Like I know that getting the project together is probably the hardest part and just like organizing the lab itself. But being here, so far so good.
Yeah.
Everything's been easy.
And honestly, we're doing it together, so it's great.
Did you guys, are you classmates? Where did you, like, how did you decide to do the two of you?
Yeah, we're both in bio and in chem together, so both of our science classes.
Yeah,
So.
and we've been friends for like a long time too. So.
Perfect. All right, I'm very happy. It sounds very, very cool. Sounds interesting. I'm not even, like, I don't know much about carrots, but this makes me want to, like, read about them and, like, know things. So, yeah, thank you guys for your time, and I wish you the best of luck with your project.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Nika are up next, age 16 and 17 from Athené de Luxembourg, and they have looked into microplastics in our rivers. So again, it's a theme of this competition that we've seen some of the students talking about microplastics, and this has analysed the characteristics of microplastics in the rivers and its sediments. They used a plankton net to filter through 100 litres of river water, and the Renton reagent to degrade organic material, the turbidity sensor, and a light microscope to identify microplastics. And they wanted to identify and examine how microplastics can help us understand our environment and what is happening within it.
I'm now with Carolina and Mika, who have done a project on microplastics in the river. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
Now, how did you come about this idea? What was your interest in doing such a project?
Well, plastics are an increasingly prominent and severe issue in our environment nowadays. And since they are non-degradable, that means that the plastic, instead of degrading, they break down into tiny pieces, which are microplastics.
Now, what exactly is your project, and what results, what methods did you use in order to obtain certain results?
Okay, so we went to the Petrus River and we measured concentrations by using a Fenton reagent to degrade organic substances, using the turbidity sensor and a plankton net to filter through 100 liters of water.
Okay. And which results did you obtain? What solutions do you have in order to depollute these rivers or whatever?
Well, some solutions we thought, well, since we calculated microplastic concentrations, we thought that an extension of our project or experiment would be to calculate the concentrations of microplastics in different water bodies to determine their source and hence filter them more effectively.
Now, this is your first time doing this, or have you been here already?
No, this is our first time.
Stressed, or how are you feeling? Did you see the jury already?
Well, we've got a lot of friends here, so not too stressful, and there are pretty cool projects around, and we have seen the jury, yes.
Well, very nice. I hope they liked your project as much as I do, and I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
We've got 3 projects left. This one turns to Anne Woolvert, who is 14, Kiona Golbus, 13, Taya Lee, also 14, from ISL. And they've looked at the plastic timeline, also a comparative study of everyday plastics solubility in acetone. So they tested how 4 different everyday seen plastics react to acetone. They were measured in acetone for 10 minutes, removed, dried, samples were reweighed, determined any mass change. And the results showed slight differences in the final masses. So let's hear more from them.
Can I go there? Like, I'm first going to ask you for your names, and then, like, we're going to continue. Hello, who am I here with?
Keona, Taya, Anna.
Okay, and do you want to tell me a bit about this project of yours?
So it's the question of whether different types of everyday plastics, their masses change in acetone.
And I know plastic is like a huge topic, of course, when it comes to pollution, the world, everything. But why decide to present this today?
So we thought that this would be maybe a new way to process plastics, as many plastics land up in landfills, and then so this could be a new way of processing it instead of just dumping into the landfills.
Okay, and how did the 3 of you find this like common interest, I guess, or like whose idea? Maybe?
So we were watching a video, and then Taya actually, she saw this like green chair, plastic green chair, and then she somehow got the idea of doing this project, and we agreed to it. So
yeah, sometimes it just comes from like a little,
thought, and then it comes this far. And when was this video? Like, has it been a long time since you guys started, or?
It was a video from the last science fair.
And how long have you been working on the project?
Since like November, October.
All right. And is this something that you plan on working on like after this competition, after the Jonk Fuerscher competition, or are you pretty much like done with your research?
This could be a topic to go further into, but I think we would like to try more topics maybe in the future for maybe the next Jonk Fuerscher.
Okay, well, I wish you the best of luck with that and this one, and thank you for your time, girls. Thank you.
Next, we have Saad Khan, who is from Athené, Luxembourg. He is aged 15, and he's looked into the development of a multilingual assistive communication interface for non-verbal individuals. So, this is Pictograms, a multilingual assistive communication interface for non-verbal people, developed as an Android application for Google Play Store. A mobile app is also evaluated. Real-world deployment, iterative updates, and sounds like he's already had loads of downloads since its release. So this is already out there. It's already being used. So Saad, you have something really quite spectacular here. Tell us about it.
I am now with Saad, who has done a project on multilingual assistive communication. Is that correct?
Yep, that is.
Now, how did you come up with this idea, and what exactly did you do?
So I visited the Fondation Jeunes Luxembourg before. What they do is they use these boards here for the non-verbal students to communicate. So they have a bunch of images. You point to the image that you want to communicate, you know? And so what I realized is that this is super inefficient. And the idea came like, why don't we make an app for it, you know? And so I did just that.
So you actually created a functional app that we could probably download in our phones?
Yeah, as long as you have Android.
Okay, but I mean, that's already a very, very good start. And how exactly does your app work?
Well, it's coded in Python. There's a module called Flat. It allows you to make apps in Python that work on all platforms. And so I've done that. I followed the documentation. I've made the app. So it works completely locally on the user's device. What they do is they have these boards which they can add images onto. And these images are like stored completely locally. For example, here's the file structure of the app. So yeah, you can also change the theme. You can have multiple colors, etc.
Well, this seems very, very interesting. What pushed you into this direction for your project? Why is it? Was it the visit alone that pushed you to do this app, or was there another drive behind it?
Well, I mean, there's also the drive of like wanting to create an app. You know, a few years ago I was bored. I wanted to learn how to make one, so I started. And then, like after I started, the idea came. And also, I feel like disabled people, they're so underrepresented in society. So I wanted to make a difference, you know?
Well, I congratulate you for the difference you want to make, and this is a very, very good project. Good luck with the jury, and have a nice day.
What a lovely way to spend your time when you're bored, Saad. I wish that was true for everybody in the world. So brilliant. Now we have our final project. It's Maxim Lebedev, a 17-year-old, and his project is entitled Adaptive Urban Traffic Analysis, a simulation of traffic congestion within and around the city of Luxembourg. Well, we all know, those of us who drive, that traffic is getting a little bit worse. And this is simulating the congestion in Luxembourg City. Two main approaches were made to the model congestion in the city. Approach 2 uses a cell transmission model, and approach 3 uses an intelligent driver model, micro simulation. I'd like to know what approach 1 is actually. So these approaches, let's look at number 3 again. It also models foreign workers. So approach 3, as we know, for those who live in Luxembourg, we have a lot of frontalier workers coming in from France, Belgium and Germany, and he has also added that to the modeling.
Hello, who am I here with today?
Maxim Lebedev.
And do you want to tell me a little bit about your project, Maxim?
Yeah, so I created 3 different models which allow you to simulate traffic congestion in Luxembourg City, all with a certain degree of accuracy, with the last one being the most accurate one.
Okay. And why this idea of traffic? Why traffic?
Well, because traffic is a very big problem in most large cities. It affects the time of deliveries, but it also is very critical to emergency vehicles, such as ambulances.
I think this is very, very smart presentation or like project because, as you said, I think it's a very big problem. And did you find some type of solution to it, or yeah?
No solution yet, but essentially, as you can see here, this is just a simulation which shows the problem, not solves it. That would be the next step, though.
All right. Well, talking about the next step, do you plan on taking that one and like actually working on it further after today? Or is this what you wanted to do and that's it?
Well, I would really like to keep working on this project. I'll have to see if I've got the time for it, but that's the plan.
Okay. Are you like a student on the side, like university or high school, where like you had to find the time to do it?
I'm into 12th grade right now, so I still had time this year. Next year might be a bit difficult, though. Yeah.
But all over, you're like very proud of your project, right?
Yeah, I like the way it turned out.
How was it with the jury?
The jury was nice. Yeah, but we'll see what they think.
All right, we'll see. Well, I wish you the best of luck with that. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, that's a wrap from us here in the studio. It's been a joy once more to be looking through all of these projects. So many wonderful ideas out there. We have a great shape for our future scientists of Luxembourg. And thank you to all of you who have come back to Luxembourg studying abroad in different universities. Congratulations to the organizational team. They've been phenomenal. Once more, we've been hydrated. We've been fed very, very well. Thank you to Ben and the rest of the technical team in my ear and behind the camera here. It's great to have a super technical team to work with. And of course to Susanna, to Guillaume, to Melanie, to Tracy, to the whole team at Jonk Fuerscher. They work so very, very hard putting this together, and it really is spectacular. Year on year there is growth. I don't envy the judges. They have a lot of work to do before this afternoon we have an awards ceremony, but on the whole I know that they are going to be deeply appreciative of the projects, how much work these students who are stretched in so many other ways have put into their projects, the time, the thoughts, the compassion, and really how they have also chosen to extend their projects year on year. We've seen some people come back and just put an extension on the project from last year. So with that, we're closing here, but we will be back soon with some final remarks of the judges. Thank you so much for joining us.